Welcome in, folks. This is the 480th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody who's joining us live on this beautiful afternoon, thank you guys so much for being here. It's a breezy 100 degrees out here in Colorado. The weather recently has just, oh my goodness, been terrible. So hot. We have a candle in our backyard on a table, and it fell and is now melted to the table because of the insane temperatures. So for everybody else out there who's feeling a little bit too hot, my apologies, because I know how that feels. But listen, guys, if you've never been here before, you are in for a treat. Every single day we go live and we talk to people who still somehow support Trump as president, and we try to pull them out of the trenches and change their minds, because Trump is the worst president of your life. But every day it only gets worse. You are in for a treat. While I wish that it was just productive discourse and dialogue for 4 hours straight, we usually end up talking to some of the craziest motherfuckers on this earth. So seriously, lock in. We already do have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected to the live stream. We're going to be hopping into the first debate with him here momentarily. But before we do, let's go through the breaking news. Andrew Tate has ratted the Trumps out. If you're not familiar, Andrew Tate was arrested for extradition in Florida last week on charges of rape, trafficking, and CSAM in the UK. Now, he has been bailed out, and he is currently on bail in Florida awaiting the legal proceedings to kick off his extradition, and he did an interview. Take a listen to this interview.
And I'm very close to the Trump family. I know them well, and I spoke to Barron after the incident, and I look forward to, once I am free, being with Donald Trump in person and reminding him that he's a bulletproof badass.
This is...
Oh my goodness! So after he was bailed out, okay, for these charges of rape, child pornography, and sex trafficking, he does an interview where he says he knows the Trumps well. He just got off the phone with Barron, and he's looking forward to meeting Trump in person. And this gets even crazier when we consider the reason why he was in America in the first place. Because remember, I think he's originally from Romania. He's in America because he was hanging out with one of Trump's special envoys in D.C., partying, having a good time. And not even a week ago, he did a podcast episode with another member of the Trump administration, and one of Donald Trump's personal lawyers, okay, said that they were personally a really big fan of Andrew Tate. That's crazy. Now, do we know that he's actually going to be buddy-buddy with Trump and meet him in person after Trump, prevents his extradition? If Trump prevents his extradition, no. I don't know about that. But what I will say is he said he talked to Barron. What was he talking to Barron about? Why did he say he was friends with the Trumps? But it makes sense, because what have we said for generations, ladies and gentlemen? I actually forgot the saying. Something about birds of a feather flock together, but that doesn't make sense. It can't be birds of a feather flock together, because what the hell is a bird of a feather? Anyways, you know the saying. You know the saying. Because Donald Trump, of course, is a rapist. Let's go ahead and hop into that very first guest into the very first debate of the day. We already have the first guest connected, as I told you all. Now, there's a very specific reason why I chose this person to be the first guest of the day. I asked you about Charlie Kirk, and you told us that you want to fill the shoes of Charlie Kirk. Isn't that right?
Mine is getting shot, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay. Minus the getting shot part. Wow, that was really upfront. Yeah. So you're a conservative debater. You're a conservative debater, and you want to fill the shoes of Charlie Kirk. You think that you have what it takes. Well, I mean, actually, no, that's a good question. Do you think you have what it takes?
No. Honestly, right now, no. I'm just fresh on this.
Okay. So you're new to the scene. You're trying to work your way up, but hopefully, like, one day you want to be a conservative ideologue.
And then I just jump to the final boss, pretty much, yeah.
One day you want to be a conservative ideologue who debates people on the left and is filling the shoes of Charlie Kirk. Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope at least you're going to have a partner or a wife, or maybe a husband, depending on your sexual orientation. Who knows? That actually loves you.
August
Mr.
8th.
Kirk.
August 8th is my 1 year anniversary.
1 year anniversary with a girlfriend or a wife?
Yeah, girlfriend.
With a girlfriend. Okay. All right, man.
Yeah. I can't tell you what my plans are. Damn. I hope she wouldn't be watching this.
Oh, wow. You have plans for your 1 year anniversary. You're going to do something nice for your girlfriend and you're a Trump supporter? Wow.
Yeah,
Okay. All
I'm.
right. All right.
Fuck it. I'm gonna propose to her.
Oh. Oh, wow. At a year?
Yeah, she's an amazing woman. She deserves it.
Okay. All right. Did you know her for like a while before you dated her?
A little bit, yeah, for about a year before I dated her.
Okay. Okay. Have you guys like talked about like future planning?
A little bit. Would
A
this
little bit?
surprise you more if I told you she was Indian?
I mean, I don't really see how that's relevant.
Oh,
No,
the
it wouldn't
the
really
Trump
surprise
supporter
me.
thing, because you can say Trump supporters are racist or whatever. So
Yeah, but well, I mean, yeah, Trump supporters, yeah, they do say very bad things about other races, but you're right, many of them do turn around and marry them, like JD Vance. Now here's the thing. Have you talked about future planning, like how many kids you want to have, if you want to have any kids? Have you talked
two
about
to
your
three.
thoughts on? Okay, okay, well, it's interesting. And you're here to debate me on what? Abortion?
Abortion, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, you know what? You said that you want to try to fill the shoes of Charlie Kirk. Let's have a conversation about it. Let's start with this. Do you think that rape victims should be able to legally access abortion?
Uh, no, only because listen. So this is why. So if I had, if I can show you an ultrasound right now of a happy married couple that had a baby, and then on the other side I have a rape victim, and show the ultrasound of that baby, which one's which?
Oh, well, you really are going to be the next Charlie Kirk because that's what Charlie Kirk said too. Well, you're actually not going to be able to tell a difference between the biological life and the anatomy of the fetus because they're going to look identically the same. Because the way that a fetus is conceived doesn't change the biological identity or the makeup of said fetus. But the reason why I think that rape victims should be able to access abortion is not because of the biological makeup of the fetus, but rather because I don't think that that pregnant rape victim has any obligation to the fetus to keep it alive. If you needed my bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force me into giving them to you?
Well, I would say that you deserve, like, everybody deserves a chance in life because that child did nothing wrong, and at the same time, why make bad with bad by unaliving an innocent person when at the same time you can like say, I this dramatic thing happened to me, and with this dramatic
I'm
thing, I
sorry.
turned life into it, and I became a healthy, amazing mother.
Yeah, yeah. Unless like they die during the pregnancy or childbirth, of course, then they're not a healthy, amazing mother. They're a
Uh,
corpse in a grave. But I did
Deception.
ask you. But I did ask you a question there, and I'd like you to respond to it.
All right, rephrase the question. Hold on.
If you
What
needed
did you say?
my bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force me into giving them to you?
If I chose not to, no. Like I don't think you should be forced to
Give
have
my
that
bodily
stuff to function.
resources to you to keep you alive. If you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to stay alive, do you think that the government should be able to force that rape victim against their will to give them to you?
I mean, not really necessarily, but I think
Yeah.
that's different than just
Well, just wait.
having
Just
creating
wait.
life versus your
we're
own
almost
life.
there. We're almost there. So now
All
we've
right.
determined if you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to stay alive, they shouldn't be forced into giving them to you to keep you alive, even if that causes you to die. So then why, if a fetus needs a rape victim's bodily resources to stay alive, the government should force the rape victim to give their bodily resources to the fetus?
Well, you got a good point there. Actually, that was the first time I actually got a good point on that. So here's my point. So there's a difference. So I believe that you, like the person himself, should kind of have say, but at the same time, if they're dying, that's the only thing they got. You know what I mean?
That sentence doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, I don't understand how that relates to a
Sorry.
single factor.
So,
So my
if I'm dying
argument
and I
is
need
that
your DNA to keep me alive, right, or a
Uh-huh.
rape victim's DNA to keep me alive, and I'm dying, I would probably take it.
Oh, well, we're not saying like would you probably try to take it. We're asking you, do you think within the best interests of like morality and ethics, would it be a good thing or a bad thing for the government to force that person to give them to you against their will?
I mean, if it was a rape victim, yeah, or a rapist, yeah.
I don't. There's no rapist being like mentioned anywhere in our conversation.
I thought that's what you were talking about. But the rape victim,
No, no, no.
if
I've never. No, no. Just listen to me.
all right,
If you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to stay alive, could we agree that it would be a morally bad thing for the government to force that rape victim to give you their bodily resources against their will?
yeah,
So then why is
but
it not a morally bad thing for the government to do that same thing to rape victims that are pregnant by banning their access to abortion?
well, I mean, I don't think that like it's a moral. It's more the morality than forcing. Like if you're absolutely forced to, you know what I mean? I'm not
That's
really
what an
good at
abortion
explaining
ban is. An abortion ban forces a woman to maintain her pregnancy, thereby forces a woman to continually provide her bodily resources to the fetus to sustain its life. It is force. That is force by definition.
Yeah.
So why is it
Which
not a morally bad thing for the government to force rape victims to give their bodily resources to fetuses to keep them alive against their will? Why is that not a morally bad thing for the government to do?
I feel like it should be more on a base morality because with base morality, you know that child had nothing to do wrong with them,
DB, thank you for the
and
galaxy. I don't understand. You said it should be about based morality. I don't know what based morality is, nor do I know how that answers my question. Can you, in fact, sir, could you please repeat the question that I asked you?
you asked me if a rape victim should they be forced to keep spread DNA or whatever.
No,
I don't remember
no, no,
exactly word
no.
for word. I understand it, but I don't remember it word for word.
The question is, why is it not a morally bad thing for the government to force rape victims to give their bodily resources to fetuses against their will? Because that is what
Because it's murder, and you shouldn't do something evil with evil. Two wrongs don't make a right, so you should do something good and try to nurse that baby. And even if you don't want to see that face again, say you're worried, what if that look just like, say they look just like that man, you know what they should do? Adoption.
Okay, so you just said it's murder. So it's murder for a rape victim to stop supplying their bodily resources or to a fetus if it causes a fetus's death. So then why would it not be murder for me to refuse to provide my bodily resources to you, causing your death?
I mean, if you had to, I guess I'd be thanking you for it. I don't know. I
would be thanking you for it is not a valid answer to the question. Why would it not be murder for me to refuse to give my bodily resources to you, causing your death?
It's kind of a weird hypothetical. Like, there's a little bit of detail there. Like, why would you be forced to help me?
And my question never talked about force at all. I said, why would it not be murder for me to refuse to give you my bodily resources, causing your death?
Because there's many people that can probably take care of me or help me with
No, we're assuming that only my bodily resources would save you. Maybe you need a new kidney, and I'm the only match on the face of planet Earth. If I don't give you my kidney, you're going to die.
That's a really big hypothetical, man. Like, that's almost impossible.
Okay, I'm sorry that you don't like the hypothetical. It doesn't change the fact that we could conceive of that occurring, and then we could draw conclusions about how we would feel in that circumstance. So let's conceive of that instance occurring. Let's conceive of this hypothetical world where you need my kidney to live, and only my kidney will keep you alive. Nobody else's will. In this hypothetical world, would it be murder for me to refuse to give you my kidney, causing your death?
Well, are you the one pulling the plug or giving me the kidney disease that is hurting me?
No,
or
I'm
is
saying-
it just a
I'm saying-
random
I'm just-
freak thing that
I'm
I'm
just-
dying and you decided not to?
I'm saying I'm
Which-
refusing to give you my kidney, and that causes you to die. Is that murder?
No, but if someone's drowning,
okay,
is
so
it
then
still
why-
wrong to watch
what-
him drown and not help him if you're the only one that can give CPR?
It depends on the exhaustive cost of the circumstance. But back to the rape victim, then why is it murder for a rape victim to refuse to give their bodily resources, such as domicile in the uterus and progesterone through the umbilical cord, to the fetus, causing the fetus's death? Why is it murder in one case but not the other?
Well, I'm already alive, and you're not willingly pulling the plug. It's is what I'm saying. Like that's why I was asking you. My question
You said
was,
that you're already
if
alive.
you're the
Okay, is
only
the
person
fetus?
that has
1 second.
lifeguard
I'm sorry.
training.
I'm interrogating your view. I'm asking you questions, and you're trying to throw off my line of questions by asking me a question. I'll let you ask me all the questions you want as soon as I'm done asking you questions. Okay, so you said the difference is in one case you're already alive. So you don't think that the fetus is already alive?
No, I do. I was saying
So
like
then
I'm
that's not
already
a
out of the womb
difference
and
between
shit.
the two
Something
scenarios
happened for
that
me.
explains why you think it's murder in one case but not the other.
I was still explaining. So some shit happened already, and I'm dying. And apparently, you're the only person in the entire earth that has my kidney. That I need. People would probably think you're a piece of shit, like if you decided not to.
Okay.
And
This
I
doesn't
would say that's
explain to
not
me why you think
murdering
it's
me.
murder in
That's
one case
letting
but
me
not the
die.
other. Okay, so a rape victim getting an abortion, like particularly the abortion pill that just cuts off the supply of progesterone to the fetus through the umbilical cord, is not murdering the fetus. It's just letting the fetus die.
That's still pretty wrong to just let someone die. It's still morally just as bad. Like I said,
Okay, it's still
if you're
something
the
that you
only
think should
one,
be illegal.
listen to my
Okay,
question real quick.
so should it be illegal for me to refuse to give you my kidney because I'm letting you die?
I mean, it shouldn't be illegal because it's
Okay,
not
okay. So even though you
against the
think it's
law.
wrong for a rape victim to get an abortion and let the fetus die, you still don't think it should be illegal. So you do think that rape victims should have legal access to abortion.
I mean, no, I don't think abortion should have started in the first place.
Well, then you have a contradiction because you said if I were to let you die by refusing to give you my bodily resources, it's wrong, but I should legally be able to do it. But if a rape victim were to let a fetus die by refusing to give them their bodily resources, you say it's wrong. And for that reason, they shouldn't legally be able to do it. So why should I legally be able to do it, but a rape victim shouldn't legally be able to do it?
I mean, it's already a law. It should be banned. So here, let me actually explain without getting cut
No,
off.
I want an answer to my question. Why
And I'm
should
giving it to
I
you.
legally be able to do it, but a rape victim should not be legally able to do it?
Because they're willingly unaliving that one versus you saying, I don't know if this is going to work, and you just cut out.
I said
That's
thank you
letting
for
me
the
die
galaxy.
versus murdering. Because there's the aspect of it of, I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to let you die versus, yeah, I'm going to kill it.
We've already litigated this. You said that the reason why you don't think it would be murder for me to refuse to give you my bodily resources is because I'm just merely letting you die. I said, therefore, a rape victim taking the abortion pill, which cuts off the supply of the progesterone through the umbilical cord to the fetus,
Are they making an
is
action
also
to let
not
that person die?
murder
Or
because it's just letting the person die.
so they made an action to unalive it versus not doing anything whatsoever?
Okay, so you're
That
saying the
is
difference is
murder versus.
action versus inaction. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
here's the question. Do you know who Max Irby is?
No.
He's a 14-year-old. He needs a stem cell transplant, but his stem cell type is very rare. His dad has collected 40 million DNA samples from people across the country. So far, they haven't been able to find a single stem cell match. Okay? Let's
Mm-hmm.
imagine that tomorrow the government finds out I'm the only stem cell match alive for Max Irby. Then in the middle of the night, CIA operatives bust down my door, sedate me, and kidnap me. And
That's
then
a
I wake up in
long
a room
hypothetical, man.
connected to Max Irby via an IV cord. The doctors tell me, Dean, you've been kidnapped. This IV cord that's inserted in your body is slowly transferring some of your stem cells to Max Irby. After 9 months of this process, Max Irby's life will be saved. But if you disconnect from Max at any point in the next 9 months, he's going to die. The question is, if I were to respond to this doctor by saying, fuck this shit, I was kidnapped, I was taken away from my family, I was taken away from my friends, and I was taken away from my life, and I refuse to stay pent up in this small room like a chicken for the next 9 months against my will, and I disconnect from Max Irby and I walk out of that room, causing Max Irby's death, did I murder Max Irby? Because I engaged in an action that led to him dying.
I mean, no, you already didn't have that action.
Okay, I did not murder him, even though I engaged in an action that caused his death. So then why are you arguing that because a rape victim engages in an action, the same action I engaged in towards Max Irby, stopping the supply of bodily resources, are they a murderer, but I'm not?
Because that's a different thing. You were not just kidnapped. Like, I know it's a tragic thing, but if you're raped and it's over your will, you shouldn't just end that life because, like, it's developing in you. You have every free choice just to carry it. You're not locked in a room. You're not nothing. You're just chilling, and you can still live life, and you can do everything that a normal person can do that's, well, pregnant.
Okay. So what's the reason why you think in one case it's murder and the other case it's not? Are you saying that because the cost of sustaining the life is lower?
No, that's not at all what I just said. I just explained it to you.
Well, it sounded like you said that because you're not literally confined in a room and you could still do anything that any other pregnant woman could do, that it would be murder for you to choose to stop supplying that other life with your bodily resources, which seems like you're saying that because the cost of sustaining that life is lower, i.e. you're not pent up in a room for 9 months, that it would be murder to stop sustaining that life. But then you just told me that's not what you're saying at all. Okay,
Well,
so
you're
I'll
not
ask the
absolutely.
question.
Well, you're
I'll
not
ask the question
absolutely
again.
just.
Why is it murder for the rape victim to engage in the action of stopping the supply of resources that are sustaining the fetus's life? But it's not murder for me in the hypothetical where I'm engaging in an action that's stopping the supply of resources that's sustaining Max Irby's life. What's the reason?
The reason is because you're not just kidnapped, right? It's not just poof, you're kidnapped. It's
So
more or less like
the equivalent of kidnapping would be rape. Because why in that hypothetical do you think I mentioned me being kidnapped? Okay? That was a parody of the rape victim being forced into a state where they're giving their bodily resources to the fetus. So in the analogy, I was forced into a state where I was giving my bodily resources to Max because the government kidnapped me. So in the hypothetical, me being kidnapped is a parody for that woman being raped.
you're fucking good. So hypothetically, I is it how long is it gonna? I know I'm probably gonna keep going with this shit and whatnot. I just want to know how long is it gonna be until you would ever let me back up into alive again?
I don't know. Could you just answer the question, please?
Yeah. So I honestly don't see a difference. You actually cooked me with that part.
Okay, so you don't see a difference. So you accept that it's actually not wrong and rape victims should be able to legally access abortion.
I still disagree with you, but I'm saying that's a good hypothetical that I couldn't beat. That's a good argument I couldn't beat.
Well,
But
if you can't
like you're
beat
good.
the argument, you should concede to the argument and agree with the argument. It's what we're supposed to do when we come across arguments that we can't beat.
I mean, there's still agree to disagree.
But on what basis? There's no basis for your disagreement.
I only disagree. Like that's a hard hypothetical, and I would actually have to like really think about that. And we're in like a back and forth conversation.
So you're saying that you have to think about it more, why you disagree with it.
Yeah, it's a big hypothetical.
So you're basically
dude.
telling me that you disagree with me without reason. And you have to think more to try to find that reason.
Yeah, like I can't find the answer off the top of my head. Like you're good. I won't lie. You're actually better than I expected. And these long hypotheticals I was warned about, you can do pretty well.
Okay, well, I mean, good luck finding that reason. It doesn't exist. I guess we're going to move on to the next guest. You take care. For
All right,
what
peace
it's
out, bro.
worth.
How long would it be before I'm able to go back into live again and try to debate you?
Until the next time I see you in the queue and decide that I want to let you up. Harmony, I appreciate you for the galaxy. For what it's worth, you do fill Charlie Kirk's shoes quite well, losing debates to me. So, yeah, that's, you know, maybe you will be the next Charlie Kirk. let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. No, listen, at least I appreciate that guy could acknowledge that, you know, he was beat by the argument. I just hope that he ends up actually doing something with that and he legitimately changes his mind. That's what I want. And I guess acknowledging that he was beat by the argument is a first step towards that end goal. Hey, are you a troll or are you a Trump supporter, Jerry?
Imagine being a 12-year-old, watching your dad fucking die.
All right. I think that's a troll. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Jack loading up into the box. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Miss Randy, thank you so much for the $200 over on Super Chat. That is fucking ridiculous, Randy. Thank you. What a way to start this stream. I want to get 2,000 Randy W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for that love and support, Randy. That is RANDI. That is Miss Randy. Thank you so much for the love. Genuinely, that is fucking ridiculous. Randy, I've told you this before because you have been very, very, very kind to me before. I don't deserve that much love, and I will never deserve that much love. That is completely fucking ridiculous. Way too much money. I'm so very grateful for you. I want to see thousands of Randy W's in that chat. I want to see fucking thousands of Randy W's down below in that chat. Wow. That's insane. Thank you so much. Genuinely. I'm very, very grateful for you. Let's go to get the next guest up, guys. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Do you support Trump?
Have a good day, Dean.
I'm going to ban you, unfortunately. Saga, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, hopefully this is you. It sure is. Appreciate you for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got 904 Fishing loading in. Kirsten, thank you for the $5. Who says you're amazing, Dean? Thank you so much. Reagan, thank you for the $5. And thank you for what you do. Fussy, thank you for the $4. Ava, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, hope you've had a good day, Dean. Manifesting you could change some minds today. I'm feeling it. It's coming. It's coming. We're going to change some minds today, Ava. Thank you for the $15 for supporting the show. You are fantastic. Same thing to you, Deanna, with the $20, who says, please take the hair off your mic, LOL. I guess there was a piece of hair in there, Deanna. Good catch. Thank you for the $10. And then Miss Emma, thank you for the $20, who says, Dean, I'm 18 and you've helped me decide who to vote for in the midterms. Thanks for always being so positive and making me laugh when I'm at my lowest. Love you. Love you too, Emma. And I'm so happy that we could help you determine and figure out who you will be voting for in the midterms. I'm very, very grateful that our streams are changing minds outside of the people on the line. That's awesome. Thank you for the $20, Emma. You are great. Same thing to you, Brianna. Thank you for the $10. And Ava, thank you for the $10 as well. We're caught up. There we go. If you want to support the stream, you can find a link to the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok pin message on that YouTube stream, as well as my handle is at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name.
Wait, can we debate now? Why did you rape Mar, bro? You impregnated her. You raped her, Dean.
Wow, these Trump supporters are really, really weird. Like really, really weird. Really strange and weird and demented and violent and vile and strange and weird and honestly just downright disgusting. That's MAGA, guys. They fantasize about adults raping kids. That's what they do. I think that guy should definitely be on some FBI list. I think that the authorities should look through his phone. If in his free time he just fantasizes about adults raping children, I really do think that he could be a threat to society and maybe a rapist or a pedophile or a predator himself. Trump is God. Do you support Trump?
I'm a phenomenal.
Only opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, we got Joshua loading up inside of that box right now. Only do opposite side of that queue if you are here for a debate, folks. Marissa, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Who says, thank you for always being such a great advocate. As a rape survivor, it's such an incredible breath of fresh air to hear somebody defending us. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Marissa. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. I hope that you enjoyed the live stream today. And once again, thank you for the love and support. Same thing to Amanda and Melissa and Margaret. I appreciate you guys for the $5. Thank you both. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I'm gonna eat your poop.
We're going to go to get that next guest up here right now. We do apologize for all the trolls chat. Hopefully we're going to be able to work through those trolls and find a debate so we could change some minds today. Hopefully we're going to be able to find somebody to actually debate. Jennifer, Kirsten, and Paisley, appreciate y'all for the $5 on Venmo. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I was wondering if you could check my DMs. I'm actually not a Trump supporter.
No, sorry. We're going to go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got JA loading up into the box. We got JA loading up into the box. Here we go, everyone. Sabrina, thank you for the $10 dono on Venmo. Says, keep on crushing it, Dean. Appreciate you, Sabrina. I'm going to try my hardest to crush it today. You know, I'm feeling good. I've a full stomach. I slept well last night. So I'm in a good, energetic mood to just destroy some Trump supporters today. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. We will be banning people who hop inside of the queue that are not Trump supporters. Just a big heads up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Logan.
Yeah, I do.
Logan, what time is it?
Hello. How are you?
Hi, one moment. Oh, both of you guys. What time is it for the two of you? First Logan, then Adam.
It's Trump o'clock.
Oh,
what about you, Logan?
it's 10 past 12 for me. I'm British.
Okay, we're looking for people in America. That's why the second rule says to be an American. Let's go to get the next guest, Landon, connected to the live stream. Take a look at the rules, guys. Take a look at the rules, guys. For all the moderators watching, feel free to start banning people who are inside of that queue who are not Trump supporters.
Dean, way to go, dog.
Hey man, I appreciate you. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to ban you though, bro. Sorry, dude. We're being pretty dictatorial about the rules today. Nikola Tesla, do you support Trump? Charles Smith, thank you for the galaxy. How old are you?
Like halfway. Does it count if it's halfway?
How old are you?
It's 18.
You about said 16. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. We got Flame VR loading in. We got a bunch of trolls, guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, my cat raped me. What should I do?
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Nathan loading into the queue. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president and everyone. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Nathan?
Dean.
Child. Moving on to the next guest. We got Birdie loading into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president and everyone. Birdie, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Birdie. You got 5 seconds. All right, Birdie, you're banned. What about you? B. Pep, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year are you born in? Okay, they're gone. Moving on to the next guest. Welcome in, Dor Koss. Do you support Trump? They're gone as well. Moving on to the next guest right now, everyone. We get Ethan and Sawyer loading into the box. Ethan, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Actually, I don't know if Ethan is all the way connected yet. We'll leave him be while we try to find other people outside of the queue, folks. You guys are making this pretty hard on me today. Lorenzo. Stroll and Band. Welcome in, Sunshine Surfer. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, it's me.
Band. Moving on to the next guest, Dino. Guys, come on. Let's keep it to debate so we can try to change the minds here. This matters a lot. Moving on to the next guest. Band. The whitest cracker. What a name. Do you support Trump?
We are Dean Withers.
Band. Moving on to the next guest. We got Darkseid loaded inside of the queue, guys. We need debates. Leave that queue if you're a troll. We need debates. We're looking for some conversations with some Trump supporters. Trying to change some minds here. Darkseid, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Band. What year are you born in?
2008.
What month?
All right, so I support Trump.
No. What month?
August.
Sold. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Here we go, guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
July.
What day?
20th.
When was your birthday?
July 20th.
Which was?
On 2007.
No. What did you do yesterday?
Yo, Dean, bro.
I don't believe them. Or else they would have said yesterday. They would have said my birthday was yesterday. Banned. Moving on to the next guest, Alicia. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
July 20th. My mom's birthday.
Banned. You would have been 20 yesterday. Well, guys, stop clogging up the airways. Children, stop clogging up the airways, everybody. We're trying to change some minds here. Listen, I understand that children don't have a lot of impulse control. Try your very best to control yourself, okay? Listen, I'm doing this for you and your future. All right? We're doing this for your future, everybody. Only hop inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. I think that the adults are doing really good at following those rules. It's the children who can't, for the life of themselves, follow those rules. Okay, children, I'm literally doing this for you and your future. If you let me do this, if you let me debate, it'll help your future be better. Okay? You're going to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Do follow the rules, everybody. I'd really appreciate that. It's already been around 20 minutes of straight trolls because some people cannot control themselves at all. Okay? This drives people away from the streams. It makes them ineffective to change minds. Okay? Meanwhile, we're doing this for you and your future. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the box if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got a couple people loading up. Tommy, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
September 8th.
I don't believe you, Tommy.
Shit.
Yeah. Tommy, I'm doing this for you and your future, bro. Just stop trolling, man. Ashley, do you support Trump?
I don't, but somebody in my family does, and I wanted to talk about it.
We're just looking for Trump supporters, Ashley. If you happen to be with them, you can put them on the mic, but we're looking to debate Trump supporters, as I've said maybe about 3 trillion times. Okay? I've maybe said that 3 or 4 trillion times. Come on, guys. We're trying to do something here. We're trying to do something meaningful. We're trying to do something valuable. Man, do you support Trump? We left. Marissa, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Dude, come on, Marissa. Stop it. Seriously. Evan, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. We got problem puss.
Stop, bro. Come on, guys. Seriously. DreamWorks Park, do you support Trump?
Dean, I just love you, bro. I don't support Trump.
Guys. Come on. If you keep on doing this, I'm just going to end the stream. I would rather spend my time hanging out with my girlfriend and grabbing and making dinner than, just asking for Trump supporters, getting a 14-year-old, and then kicking the 14-year-old. I would much rather just cook a meal for dinner tonight with my girlfriend than do that cycle. So, if we're going to end the stream in 5 minutes, if we can't get somebody up here to debate, and I'm gonna go cook dinner for my girlfriend. Let's go to try to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you, Madeline?
I was born on May 3rd, 2008.
Which makes you how old, Madeline?
Huh?
Which makes you how old, Madeline?
I'm 18.
Why do you support Trump?
I support his immigration policies.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of background noise. Is there anywhere where you could go that's a lot more quiet?
I'm outside. Sorry, I didn't actually think you would accept.
Okay, we're gonna go to get the next guest, David up here. They just had a lot of background noise. Unfortunately, I can't. It's honestly like a me thing. I can't really focus when I'm talking to somebody with a lot of background noise. I can't really focus at all. Makes it really hard for me to focus. I'm terrible at multitasking. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Everyone. We got the next guest Bradley connected. We got the next guest Finn connecting. We're gonna try to find somebody that does support Trump to bring up on the live stream. Everybody. We got 3 or 4 people loading in right now. Finn, you're connected. Do you support Trump? Finn, you got 5 seconds before you're banned.
We are Charlie.
Okay, troll, banned. After everything that I just said about please just asking people not to troll. Please, just stop. Simple Select, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2007, March 26th. I'm in college. I'm a student. I study politics.
Oh, geez, you study politics and you support the guy that said he wanted to invade our allies after raping a woman and defying a court order to give food stamps to starving children.
I know, and I am a black man, so a lot of people do get angry when I say that I support him.
Well, I don't think it's my right to get angry, but I do think it's my obligation to explain to you not only why Trump is a bad president, but he's particularly bad as it would relate to your vested self-interests, being a marginalized American existing as a black individual in this country. But listen, What are your 3 favorite accomplishments of the Trump administration from his second term?
From his second term, I'm more informed on his first term than his second term.
Okay. Well, we're not living in 2017. Okay. But how about this? Just tell us, why do you think Trump is a good president?
I just think his leadership, and I am sorta like, I like his immigration policy. I know that's something that a lot of people say.
You like his immigration policy? What about it? Like deporting people?
Well, yeah, I do think that that's a good thing to get illegal people out of the country.
And why is that? Why is that a good thing to do?
Just because if they don't do it legitly, they shouldn't really be here. Do you at least get what I'm trying to say?
Well, I'm asking you why. Like, how about this? What's one way that Trump's mass deportation has positively impacted our country over the course of the last year and a half? How does it make our country better to deport undocumented immigrants from it?
I don't know. It makes the country seem more clean. I don't know. I'm sorry,
Makes it seem more
bro.
clean because you see less brown people? Is that
No,
why?
I am a black person. I
know,
swear.
which makes the statement even crazier. How does it make a country clean to deport undocumented immigrants?
I mean, rules exist for a reason. You can't just let a bunch of people in here for no reason.
Okay, so rules exist for a reason. You can't let people break the law. So when we find somebody that's guilty of a federal victimless misdemeanor, we need to destroy our country and destroy our economy in the process of removing them from the country. But when a white man like Trump breaks the law, commits 34 felonies, breaks the law, rapes E. Jean Carroll, breaks the law, sexually exploits women and girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, breaks the law, conceals classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, breaks the law, lies to a bank about the valuation of his properties, breaks the law, defrauds his university in New York City, breaks the law, infringes on the 10th Amendment, breaks the law, infringes on the 14th Amendment, breaks the law, infringes on the 1st and 4th and 14th Amendment, breaks the law, infringes on the 2nd Article of the Constitution, breaks the law, infringes on the UCMJ, and breaks the law, commits a war crime in the South Caribbean Sea, breaks the law, commits a war crime in Iran by killing 158 schoolgirls, breaks the law a million times via the 1 million redactions of his name in the Epstein files, breaks the law by refusing to release 3 million Epstein files that he has an obligation to, breaks the law by illegitimately settling with the IRS to never investigate him or members of his family ever again for tax fraud. You're okay with it. Why?
Because I'm LARPing. I'm not a Republican. I'm sorry.
Okay, why? Why? Okay, guys, I don't listen. I don't know what to do. The purpose and the point of this live stream is to find debates, to foster and facilitate productive discourse, to change minds. When you guys troll, when you guys LARP, we don't change minds. We have 40,000 people in the stream right now. That is 40,000. 40,000 people. I have a massive, massive, massive opportunity to change thousands and thousands and thousands of minds. Okay? With the numbers that we've been running recently, we could like literally change the outcome of an election. Okay? We have over 1 million people tune in on a daily basis on TikTok alone. Okay? When you guys troll, when you guys LARP, it just takes it and throws it out the window. There's so much firepower here to get shit done. There's so much firepower here to actually, in a very legitimate and material way, hold the Trump administration accountable. Okay? The only thing that could stop us from doing that is constant trolling. That is the only thing that can stop us from doing that. Okay? If you troll, Trump loves you. And I'm not even fucking kidding. With over 1 million people tuning in on a daily basis that could possibly have their mind changed or become more informed about something that matters. Okay? When we just take this firepower and we throw it out the window because we have an hour of trolls straight. I mean, Donald Trump is just sitting there grinning and kicking his feet in the air, blushing with how thankful he is that the people couldn't organize to get something done. We are our own worst enemy. We genuinely are our own worst enemy. There's something that could be done here. Okay, we're going to clearly ban the 9-year-old saying the N-word. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We've been live for 50 minutes. We have 40,000 viewers, but we can't find one Trump supporter to join the live stream to have a conversation with us. Ahan, thank you for the galaxy. Welcome to Damien. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
And what year were you born in?
06.
What month?
August 9th.
August 9th. Okay, yeah, man, you would be 19. So why don't you care about our president threatening to genocide 90 million people, attacking the Pope, calling himself a Christian, praising Allah after threatening to invade our allies like Greenland? Why don't you care?
Well, I'm not saying I don't care about anything like that, but I seen how the first economical state of was when, like, his first term. I seen how good that was.
Dude, you're like 13.
Yeah, but I mean, once you learn about this stuff, you can still have, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like,
Okay. No, it's fine. Whatever. So
Sorry,
you
I
think
got
he
put
was
on the
good
spot
for the?
here.
So you think he's good for the economy?
now this term, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, but you still support him.
I feel like
this
it
term. You
could-
still support him like right now. So why do you still support him today?
I feel like he could get better in certain aspects with it. But
So you support him
as far
because
as
you
I'm
think
seeing-
he's doing pretty bad, but you think he's going to do better in the future. So why do you think he's going to do better in the future?
I mean, he possibly could, yes.
And is that why you support him?
Yeah, I have hope for everybody, but
Okay, why do you think he's going to just magically start doing good things if you acknowledge that over the course of the last year and a half, he's been doing a lot of bad things?
you actually got me there. I couldn't give you an answer on that.
Well, the answer is you can't demonstrate that he's going to magically start doing good things. That is ultimately a belief rooted within your own emotions. Emotions don't track truth. Emotions don't inform us about reality. Emotions don't tell us things that are true. Emotions don't increase our knowledge. They're just kind of representative of our hopes, our aspirations, and our desires. Okay, hopes, aspirations, and desires, like, don't track truth. Okay, so this. So when I explain, like, like anything that's actually true of the world we live in, it's just kind of telling us that emotionally you're
Well,
like
can I
attached
ask
to him
you,
in a way.
Why do you support, like, what you support? I'm very open-minded. I want to learn more.
Okay, well, listen, man. I, like, once again, do you have like an argument for why you support Trump as president outside of I just feel like it?
No, I really don't even support him. I just wanted to hear your side of things. And
Okay, Damien. Well, if you want to hear my side of things, let me debate a Trump supporter. Okay, Damien, genuinely, if you want to hear my side of things, let me debate a Trump supporter. That's when you hear my side of things. But when we have an hour of people that don't actually support Trump joining the stream to troll or to mess around, you will never hear my side of things, which is exactly why right before you joined, I went through, I went through how we have such a great opportunity to change minds today, but, it seems like we're our own worst enemy, and there's people watching that are preventing us from doing so by just completely destroying the live stream and trolling me or messing with me or LARPing or lying for an hour straight. It's we really are our own worst enemy, guys. There's a lot of good that could be done here if we just if we don't troll. You support Trump, Layla?
Yeah,
And how old are you?
I am 18,
What year were you born in?
2008,
What month?
February.
Okay. And why don't you care about our president being a violent sexual predator? Okay. She left. That was a troll too, guys. We really are our own worst enemy. It's really sad, honestly. It's really sad, honestly. I mean, it's just unbelievable. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Man, it's just such a good... We just have such a good opportunity here to do something. To change minds, to get people to vote. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people over the course of multiple months of running these streams daily. We really have an opportunity. Quinn, do you support Trump?
So I'm not trying to show everything. I want to think this side of the story. So
I'm sorry, Quinn, you literally have the worst mic I've ever heard. I can't even hear you. She is talking through a toaster from the 19th century that was pulled up from a shipwreck. And it is still just covered with smut, water, and partially eaten by a really hungry shark. That's what she's talking to us through. Mason, 6'7", do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you, Mason?
I am 19.
All right, put it on God.
I don't do that.
Let's go to get the next guest connected. Guys, please, genuinely, stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. You've had an hour. You've had an hour, you guys. You've had an hour. You've had an hour, everybody. You've had an hour doing this. You've had 60 minutes. An hour, guys. An hour. What a wasted opportunity, bro. What a wasted opportunity to do something good. Genuinely. What a fucking wasted opportunity, man. We're gonna get the next guest connected. Only app inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Bro, whenever we have a good thing, people just have to try to find a way to ruin it.
Hello.
We are our own worst enemy. Caesar salad.
I
Do you
have
support Trump?
progeria. That's why I sound like this.
Caesar salad. Do you support Trump? McKenna, thank you
Yes.
for the galaxy. How old are you?
Hello? I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
2005.
What month?
November.
Okay. Don't believe you. JJ, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
Yes, I do.
How
18.
old are you? Okay, what year were you born
18.
in?
2008.
What month?
March.
Okay, all right, man. And why don't you care about our president being a violent sexual offender?
Even though he's a bad president, that doesn't mean some of the things that he does is wrong.
That sentence was completely incoherent, but I've debated so many Trump supporters that I just know that what you meant to say is even though he's a bad person, he still does some good things as president. You just said it like backwards and like contorted, but I've just heard that excuse a million times. I know what you're trying to say, even though you just said it completely incorrectly. Okay, so what are the 3 largest accomplishments of the Trump administration in Donald Trump's second term?
The war in Iran. The war in Iran.
And why is that an accomplishment?
Because he's helping us as America.
How?
Because he is helping the people in Iran by killing the dictator in that country.
Are you, okay, you're lying about your age, right? You're not actually 18, right?
I am.
Okay, do you have a driver's license? I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have one?
No, I don't. I have a driver's permit.
With a permit.
Yes.
And you have 09 in your name. I don't believe you. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Guys, let's go to get the next guest connected. I just don't believe him. You know, sometimes I kind of want to like change the minimum age to like 21. So it'd just be a lot easier to tell if somebody's lying or not. It'd just give me a lot more confidence. But I mean, 18-year-olds vote, so we'll always have them up here. But making the line 18 makes it really hard for me to tell if they're lying or not. Cassie, do you support Trump, or are you wasting our time just like everybody else for the last hour?
Dean, get those fucking words off of your...
All right, please stop wasting our time. It's been an hour. I'm frankly begging you to just let us do something with the massive crowd of people we have. I'm frankly begging you guys to let me do something good here. Hey, do you support Trump, Haley?
I do.
And how old are you, Haley? Haley, how old are you?
2001.
Frankly, begging you to stop. Just stop, bro.
What's going on, Dean? Appreciate
Tyler,
you.
do you support Trump?
I do. I
How old
am
are you?
18 years old, born August 21st, 2007.
Okay.
Okay.
So why don't you care about our president being a violent sexual predator?
So frankly, I have seen the things on the news. I'm not super informed on the sexual stuff that has happened, so I don't have an argument on that. My strongest argument on why I support our president is the Secure America Act.
Which does what?
The Secure America Act, I believe, I don't remember the exact number. I think it was 70 billion is allocated towards our borders. And then
No. $70 billion are allocated towards the DHS and ICE. Okay.
Okay.
So you
My
support
apologies.
Trump because he gave an additional $70 billion to an agency that has greenlit their agents to arrest people without judicial warrants in violation of the 4th and 14th Amendment, that has hired violent domestic abusers that have beat their wives, that have then turned around and killed innocent citizens and undocumented immigrants, that have then been defended by the administration and the Department of Homeland Security. In the last year and a half, ICE agents have killed more Americans than Iran. And you want to give them more money. Why is that?
Not only is the funding going towards those agencies, we're also implementing that funding towards advancing our artificial intelligence and our NIIs. I don't remember what the exact acronym stands for. It's the scanners that scan the fentanyl. But
Tyler, this isn't your fault in the slightest, man. You actually can't say the names of any drugs on TikTok Live. It's a really weird rule that they've had forever that they really need to get rid of. I'll explain to you why they have the rule. So they don't have enough confidence in their AI moderation systems to be able to distinguish somebody naming a drug and endorsing it, saying that they use it and other people should too, which they want to restrict, and people like naming drugs in like policy debates on the state of our country. So because of that, you actually can't say the name of any drug on TikTok Live without getting a major restriction for like endorsing the use of controlled illicit substances. It's really unfortunate, Tyler. Sorry, man. I had to kick you, but I guess now everybody else knows. So let's go to get the next guest up here. What a very unfortunate way to kick off the first debate with a Trump supporter in an hour. Genuinely, what a really sad way. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Ginny loaded into the live only opposite side of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That's pretty sad. That's pretty unfortunate. Hey, do you support Trump? Hello? Jenny, you got around 3 seconds here before I kick you. Okay, Jenny's not here, so let's go to move on to the next guest. Eden, E-D-E-N, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, Dean, please read. Did you get my message on DNC Dean? I talked to Parker about what I said in my last dono about proposing to my girlfriend. I don't really check my message requests on there often, but I'll have to take a look, Eden. Thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 Eden W's. Yeah, we could sure hear you, Jake. Give me one moment. Sabrina, thank you for the $5 and the great idea. Marissa, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Miles with the $15 who says, glad you're doing well today, bro. Thank you again for what you do. Well, it's good to see you today, Miles. I know that you're hanging out with us in here. What was it, 2 days ago? You had sent some love then. Thank you, Miles, for the $15. Let's get 150 Miles W's. Same thing to you, Ellie. Thank you for the $25. Who said, after learning more about Trump, I debated my MAGA parent and got called an R-worded fucking hypocrite and a racist instead of having a real discussion. I'd love to show him one of your lives, but I'm scared to. You give me help for humanity. Please keep it up. Oh my God, Ellie. It sounds like your parents are just crazy. I'm so sorry that you have to be their child. That is really unfortunate, Ellie. Please show some major love to Ellie. Same thing to you, Sydney. Thank you for the $15. Who says, thank you for being a walking example of the possibility of change. Well, thank you for supporting it and what we do with these live streams, Sydney. And that I sure am. I do believe that people are capable of change. Thank you for the $15. Same thing to you, Joseph. Thank you for the $25. Who says, I'm sure that you've said this, but it must be because it's summer. Hopefully when school starts back up in a month or so, it'll get better. Keep on fighting through it. Yeah, when school starts back up, we'll be good because like literally like 90% of our trolls are legitimately 12-year-olds in middle school. So as soon as they're like forced to be at school, I think that we're going to be, rocking and rolling pretty well. Thank you for the $25, Joseph. Let's get 250 Joseph W's. Same thing to you, Jesse. Thank you for the $10. And Serena, thank you for the $10 who asked me not to read their message out loud. And then we have one more, then we'll pass this guy the mic. Thank you, Sabrina, with the $10. She says, keep on crushing it. I try my best, Sabrina. Show some love to all the donors. That guy actually left, so let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. That's what we're looking for. So give us a moment to try to find that next debater. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, man. How you doing?
Doing all right, Jaden. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, so why don't you care about our president threatening to invade our allies and threatening to genocide 90 billion people?
It's not that I don't care about it. It's that I think it's very not true.
And I'm very close.
Sorry, I'm starting to play a clip of Andrew Tate that I played at the beginning of the live stream. So you don't think it's true that Donald Trump
Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's a fucking weirdo.
Actually, I'm going to play you the clip since you just said that.
And I'm very close to the Trump family. I know them well, and I spoke to Barron after the incident, and I look forward to, once I am free, being with Donald Trump in person and reminding him that he's a
yeah, fuck Andrew Tate, the guy that today we spoke about how close he is Okay, just head on the mic. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that sports Trump, guys, it's been over an hour. We're going to end the live stream soon if we can't find a debate. We're going to end the live stream here soon if we can't find a debate. Thank you, Natalie, for the Galaxy. I do really appreciate you. I mean, this is just terrible. Hey, do you support Trump 70 grade?
I do.
How old are you?
42.
Why do you think
December
Trump supporters
14th,
are
83.
so scared to debate me?
What's that?
Why do you think Trump supporters are so scared of talking to me, man?
I think that a lot of your audience is 16, 17, 18 years old, and they don't really have a whole lot to say. They get a lot of their shit from late night comedians and can't really hold their own.
You know, actually, the primary age demographic of people that we have tuning into the live streams is 24 through 34, but they just know how to control themselves, so they don't join the guest requests. It's like the kids that just happen to be scrolling on their For You page that give us issues. So why do you happen to support the very worst president of your 42 years of life, Mr. Wannabe Dictator Don?
Yeah, I don't think that he's as bad as you claim. I think that you and I can both agree that his biggest problem is his mouth. He gets himself in trouble a lot, but he means well. So you usually ask people, why do you support him? I support him because politicians lie through their teeth. So, for example, when Barack Obama literally said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, when that ended up not being the case, that caused actual harm. Trump running his mouth about having a bigger audience and being the very best in the world, that kind of stuff doesn't really cause problems. So I encourage him to try to get past his foolish mouth. But in general, I'll take a guy like that over a lying snake politician any day.
Okay. So I was just looking up that Obama quote. Could you repeat the last sentence that you said? About how you're going to take a politician that does something over a lion snake any day?
If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor.
Yeah.
So all of the elderly.
But then
right?
what did you say about Trump after that?
I would much rather take a guy like Trump who means well, who wants the best, has a big fat mouth. We can agree on that.
Yeah.
I'd much rather have that than an actual liar, a Nancy Pelosi or Eric Swalwell, right? A guy allowed to be in areas that he shouldn't be after sleeping with a Chinese spy. That is way worse than Trump's.
Wait, I just want to clarify. Your biggest issue with Eric Swalwell is not the fact that he's a rapist?
Oh, of course. But the thing was is that he was already on committees when he shouldn't have been, and politicians, all of them, they all allowed it. That's way worse than Trump's fat mouth.
Listen, man, so you did point out the Obama lie, okay? I actually don't think that was a lie, because I think to lie means to intentionally say something that was false. That was a promise from Obama when the ACA was in its infancy, but after all the poison pills from the GOP in Congress and the deliberation and the of debate on the floor of Congress, of course, it became something a little bit different. PolitiFact named that the lie of the year. Then Obama came out and later publicly apologized for this. See, the thing is Donald Trump in his first term told over 30,000 lies, plus the largest lie ever told by a politician, which was that the 2020 election was stolen. And that had major repercussions, such as J6, where we had hundreds of crazed Trump supporters trying to kill our representatives, and 71% of the Republican Party upholding virtues of distrust and disdain in our civil electoral systems. I mean, it was an attempted overthrow of an election and the American democracy. And Donald Trump is still telling that same lie to this day. We actually have an advisor from Trump's first term that came out and said that Donald Trump has zero alignment with reality. He says things regardless if they're true and false or false. And if somebody calls them out on it, he just kind of, takes it and continues on, and he just kind of hopes that people don't call him out on it. So if your biggest issue is slimy lies, Donald Trump would be your least favorite president due to the fact that no other president has told more lies than him and told larger lies than him, such as the outcome of the 2020 election.
Well, okay, so with the 2020 election, technically, was it stolen? No. Was it rigged? No. Were there irregularities up the ass? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you would have to be void of all common sense to not see what Pennsylvania did, changing voting laws the day of. On top of that,
so then you admit that Donald Trump lied about it.
I think that like I said, I think that Donald Trump has a big mouth, and rather than being articulate, he just says shit.
Did he lie about the 2020 election?
I don't think that he lied about it as much as his lips, a lie, like a full-blown, the sky is red.
No. I want you to define the word lie.
A falsehood.
Okay, to say something that's false. So when Donald Trump said that it was stolen, and you just said, well, it wasn't stolen, we could agree that that statement was false, and that statement was something that Donald Trump said. Therefore, we could agree that that was a lie from Trump.
A loose-lipped comment. I think
What's
that
the
a lie
difference
would
between a lie and a loose-lipped
I'll
comment?
tell you. Intent. Was his intent to just full-blown lie and say the sky is red? No. I think his intent was to be boastful in saying that the entire thing was, and again, fucked up. I think but he doesn't. I'm
sorry, but you're just wrong.
Well.
No, because what you're trying to say is like maybe Donald Trump was just using vague, boastful language to make it more dramatic. Okay, it was rigged, it was stolen. When in all reality there were just like irregularities with like Pennsylvania's like laws and COVID and mail and you know like Hunter Biden's laptop maybe. So I understand what you're saying, and maybe you would have an argument here if this was one comment made by Trump one time with no further explanation of his view. But Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed and explained since the 2020 election that he explicitly thinks that it was RIGGED. I have to say that because of TikTok TOS. Just spell it out in your head. Because there were installed fake votes. Because China and Taiwan hacked into our voting machines. Because there were people across the country sending in fake ballots in the names of dead people. Because there were undocumented immigrants across the country that were voting in the names of citizens. And then he compiled all of that all of those claims, explicitly claiming not just irregularities, but straight up theft.
In the weeks and months?
63 court cases where he then explicitly, I mean, you could read the court cases, explicitly tried to convince these judges that it was rigged. Not that there were irregularities, that it was illegally rigged. And then he's repeated that same claim for the next, I don't know, now nearly 6 years. So you're absolutely wrong when you say that
you
he
do know
didn't
it's his
actually
opinion,
think
right?
that it was rigged.
I mean, it is his opinion. I mean, the man is allowed to have an opinion.
Okay,
I mean, just like Hillary Clinton.
So I think there's
just
two
like Hillary
options here.
Clinton. Well,
there's two options here. The first option here is that we acknowledge that he truly believes that it was stolen, in which case we acknowledge that he absolutely shouldn't be president because he is not acquainted with reality and he is a delusional old man. But the second option is that we acknowledge he didn't truly think that it was stolen. Therefore, he intentionally has been deceiving the American people since the outcome of the 2020 election because he was mad that he lost and he's a tyrant who doesn't care about the voice and the vote of the people.
I don't think the tyrant part needs to be added, but I'll do this. I will concede to this very meaningless point. It is a meaningless point, but I'll concede if you tell me here and now, good faith, you feel the same way about Hillary Clinton all of those years saying that Trump was an illegitimate president? Yes?
No, I don't feel the same way about Hillary Clinton, and I can tell you why.
Okay.
Because Hillary Clinton did contest the outcome of the election, but what she did is she sought after the proper legal channels. She said, I think that this election was stolen, therefore I'm going to go to the courts, I'm going to plea my case, and then when the courts told her that she was wrong, she conceded. Same thing happened with Al Gore.
Dean.
One moment.
The damage was already done. The public relations nightmare was all over the place. Our media did not give him the time of day. Come on.
There's no damage. There's absolutely no damage.
His entire reputation was damaged those 4 years.
One
peeing
moment.
on strippers.
I was in the middle of my
Russian
statement.
asset.
I was in the middle of my statement, and you interrupted me.
All right, I apologize. Go ahead.
So she sought after the legal proper channels, and then when the legal proper channels told her that she was wrong, she conceded. What did Trump do? He didn't seek after the legal proper channels to figure out if the election was stolen based on his suspicion. No, he said it was stolen. Fuck the legal channels. He called his AG Bill Barr. He said, announce evidence of widespread voter fraud, even though you don't have evidence of widespread voter fraud. Half of the DOJ threatened to resign if Bill Barr didn't resign. So then Bill Barr stepped down. He called Georgia. He said, fine me 12,000 votes today. And then the Georgia election officials were like, sure, that's illegal. And then he was basically like, I don't give a fuck. And then he sent false slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states that Biden had won. And he sent them with fake VOTES saying that he had won those states. And then he sent them back to Congress. And then he attempted to pressure Mike Pence into decertifying the fraudulent ballots. And then he had his supporters chant, hang Mike Pence, after Mike said that he wouldn't do it. Donald Trump legitimately
dirty.
tried to coup the outcome of the election. And by the way, he admitted to it. His legal argument to the courts after Jack Smith started investigating him for an attempted insurrection was that, yeah, I did try to install these fake votes, but it was justified because Biden stole the election first, and I'm covered by presidential immunity. And that's the big difference between what Trump did, which was the largest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War, and what Hillary Clinton did, which is the norm for people that lose left with a little bit of salt in their mouth.
He played dirty. I agree with you. I'm not saying he didn't. He played dirty. But if we're going to just go with Donald Trump has an ego the size of Manhattan, and that's the reason why you don't like him, I don't think that that's good enough. Because like I said, I'd much rather take that than an actual lying ass politician.
It's not the ego.
Excuse me,
It's what he does with the ego. Like the largest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
And I'm assuming you're claiming January 6th, yeah?
I'm claiming his fake electors scheme, which occurred in alignment in conjunction with January 6th.
I guess with this specific example, like I said, he's got a big mouth. It's always been his biggest enemy. I still do think that he means well.
It's not what he said. It's what he did.
I'm not saying he didn't play dirty. I'm not saying he didn't play dirty.
It's not just playing dirty. As I've said 3 times,
it is.
It was the largest. Do you accept or reject that the fake electors scheme was the largest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War?
I do not think it was the largest internal attack, but I know that it happened. I know that it happened.
Name one that was larger.
Name an offense that has affected the United States worse than that?
No. The largest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War. If it was not Trump's fake elector scheme, then what was it?
Oh, man. I don't even have one off the top of my head.
I know. If you can't name a larger internal attack on our democracy outside of something that your favorite president intentionally did, then maybe he shouldn't be your favorite president. And I mean,
I didn't say he was my favorite president.
By the way,
just said that I would take him
we see
over a
repercussions.
leftist any day.
We see repercussions of this today. It's not like Donald Trump was just one and done with his fake elector scheme when he attempted to void the vote in the vote in the voice of the people on J6. I mean, since then he continually attacks our democracy and like core foundations of our country, such as our Constitution, every single term.
Give me some examples. Give me some examples of actual harm. Give me some examples of like harm. Like he did this and then this happened.
Yeah. He called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress, and then people called their personal...
Dean, don't Parker me, if they were found for liable for treason.
Where did he say that? He never said kill him if they're found guilty of treason.
See, this is what I mean.
No, he's
like
saying,
he's loose-lipped, and then you...
George Washington would.
But he is loose-lipped, and you're taking every syllable, everything, every word that he says, and it's like, hang them, kill them all. When really... He's saying this, and he already gave the context beforehand.
Well, that's literally what he posted on his Truth Social account. "Quote unquote, hang them" in all caps.
I know, I've read it. I'm gonna pull it up because again,
you're over here trying to like criticize me. You're like, oh, Dean, you're taking what he said out of context, and you're making it seem like he said hang them.
Yes.
Word for word, letter for
if
letter.
If they're found of
that's
treason,
what
it's
was
not like he
posted
went on Truth Social and just said, kill these 6 Democrats.
That's in fact exactly what was on his Truth Social.
That's not how it was. He said,
President of the United States of America, Donald Trump,
I'll show you.
examiner titled Democratic veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would." And I quote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Okay. I mean, again, I don't see a problem with that. He's voicing his opinion in a very immature way. So again, you and I can agree all day long on that. But he has a point to be made, and that is that if any of these people in Congress, Senate, or otherwise, if they are acting in a treasonous way, they should, well, again, the law would there then say that they could be hung for what they've done. I don't think that that's the same thing as some terroristic threat in just saying, I want these people killed because I don't like them, or
Okay.
because just go get them, boys. Like, it's not the same thing.
Okay. What's your name?
Josh.
Are you a rapist, Josh?
Oh,
No.
no.
Right? No. Okay.
Here we go. Eugene
So
Carroll, let's
would
do
you
it.
have a problem if I did the following?
Yeah.
I go on my phone, I open up my Instagram account, I make a post. The post says Josh is a rapist. Okay. Then I make a second post. This second post says kill all rapists. And then I make a third repost of a screenshot of a comment on my first post that says kill Josh because he's a rapist. Would you have a problem with that? Or would you say that I'm just voicing my opinion in the same way that you said Trump was voicing his?
This is an extreme. So you did this with your earlier guest as well. You throw out these extremes that have no way out. If someone is going to defame me to the point where family, friends, colleagues are going to potentially go, hey, man, are you a rapist? Right? Because Dean posted something. I think that that's a little bit different than when he's talking about contextually. Again, I know he didn't use the word if. Fine, he didn't.
If you in my last analogy, if you replace the word Josh with those 6 Democrats in Congress, and then you replace the word rapist with treasonous, you have exactly what Trump did. These two things are directly comparable to one another.
Can I have like 30 seconds? Just 30 seconds. Okay.
Sure.
Let's just take Swalwell, for example. All right. In my opinion, Swalwell, that type of a person, that's treason what he did. Got away with it. Everybody looked the other way. Nothing ever happened. And then we had to wait many, many years later. And then he ends up being a rapist and it's no bueno. And now you're not on board. And none of the Democrat Party is. All I'm saying is that what he's saying about them being hung has to do with, and he didn't use the word if, I agree, but we all know, anybody with common sense know, he would never have said that if he didn't mean, yeah, if they're liable for treason, fucking hang them. That's different than you, in your analogy that you're giving me, where it's like, well, if I just said that you were a rapist and then I post about it and then I say kill all rapists and then I turn around and take a screenshot of that, and then replace the word Josh with the words, the 6 sitting Congress people. It's not the same thing.
Then
I know that you
identify
want
the
them.
difference.
The difference.
I
know.
Identify
Because, again,
the difference.
No. The reason why I chuckle is because, again, I already agreed with you. He is extremely loose-lipped. His
Are you
fat
able to
fucking mouth
identify
is what gets him in.
Are you able to identify the difference or not, sir?
You can, if you can understand reality. The
Just
reality
explain
is
the difference to me like I'm a 5-year-old
going to try
who
to.
doesn't.
I'm trying to. I'm in good faith. I'm really trying to. He did not mean I want these 6 people dead just cuz.
Okay. Well, so what's the difference between what we posted?
Because what you said with your example would be, I'm assuming, to defame me, to dox me, to cause me harm.
No, I'm
You're
asking
literally
you.
trying to
I'm
hurt
asking
me.
you for the difference between what we posted.
One's realistic and one's not.
So what's the actual, tangible, material difference between what we posted?
Without the word if in there, you're right. There's no tangible evidence to be able to separate either one.
If there's no tangible difference, let me ask you this question. In the hypothetical, was I calling for you to die?
Yes.
So therefore, in the real world, Donald Trump was calling for them to die.
Not in the real world. No. And that's the difference. That's the difference. Hey, I already conceded. That the if word wasn't in there because Dean, will you at least say this? If the word if, real quick, if the word if was in there, you wouldn't be bitching about it, would you?
It'd have to be if they're found guilty of treason in court. Wow.
Okay.
And by the way, we know that he's not saying if they're guilty of treason, hang them. Because in his first statement that I showed you in that video that I played, he straight up called them treasonous. He did not say that they might be treasonous. He did not say that they could maybe be found guilty of treason after a lengthy court process and consideration of the right to due process. No, he explicitly said that they were treasonous?
Mm-hmm. He called for their arrest and execution.
You just agreed that he called for their execution.
Yep, their arrest and execution. Yep, and I'm just trying to, and I forget what the context of even what the accusation was.
Fucking hello. So so Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress with no good reason. Let's be reasonable people here.
Excuse me.
This
I'm
is
sorry,
America.
Gotcha,
One moment.
gotcha.
This is America. Okay. In our country, we should not have a tyrannical leader who calls for the execution of their political opponents with no good reason.
Well,
Let's be reasonable. Now that you've agreed that he called for their execution, have I changed your mind?
No,
you're
and I'll
obviously.
tell you why. And I just read it, and I just reread it again because I wanted to make sure that I was on par with what you were saying. These individuals were calling for members of the military to not follow orders. That is a treasonous statement. For Congress people to tell anybody in the military, do not follow any orders, I'm sorry, the answer is no. If it was the other way around, and a leftist, or excuse me, rights were saying that, oh my God, leftists would be burning cities down.
If you add one word to that statement, it actually goes from being treasonous to being an amplification of the law. Do you know what that one word is?
What is it?
Illegal. They did not say, don't follow the orders that Trump gives you. They said, if Trump were to give you an illegal order, don't follow it. Are you familiar with what the UCMJ is?
No.
That's the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The Uniform Code of Military Justice is a collection of laws passed by Congress because the military needs additional laws than you and me, private citizens, because they have a lot more freedoms at wartime when they carry fully automatic guns that could kill people. So in response, Congress passed a bunch of laws that explicitly and only apply to them. Section 80, 90, and 92 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice are clear. They say if your superior or one of your superiors gives you an illegal order and you follow it, you could be subject to criminal repercussions. Do not follow illegal orders. When people join our military and they take their oath, a part of that oath is saying, I will not follow illegal orders. In boot camp, you have your superior have you repeat that oath nearly every day. And you were reminded by your superiors and by the JAG officers and lawyers that you are not to follow an illegal order. And if you think an order might be illegal, consult us because we're the experts. That is the military. So when anybody, including those congressmen and women that served themselves and had to take the same oath and had to repeat themselves on a daily basis, I will not follow a single illegal order. When they say to the military, hey guys, if you're given an illegal order, don't follow it. They're not committing treason. They're amplifying the law and they are amplifying the Constitution in respect to their First Amendment rights of freedom of speech.
Okay. Federal courts, all right, when the Summer of Love was happening in Seattle, Trump did nothing. He asked, do you want help? They said no. Same thing happened in New York. Whole lot of shit went down. The second time around, Trump wasn't having it. Plus, he got voted in on because we all wanted illegal immigrants to be removed. So even when I Google it, they ruled that several of President Trump's domestic, military, and National Guard deployments were unlawful. Go figure, Washington, D.C., and California, the two cesspools, I guess there's more than just two cesspools, of illegal immigration and politicians that won't do a fucking thing about it. Trump decided, you know what, we're not playing the same game.
My neck here.
We're not playing the same game that we did during the Summer of Love, and so he decided to send them in anyways. So when those politicians got behind the camera and said, don't follow any unlawful orders, they knew damn well what they were saying.
Okay.
They knew damn well what they were asking.
So after my explanation, do you agree that what they said was not treasonous?
No. I think that they knew damn well what they were doing. I think they knew damn well what they were doing.
Find me one other instance in American history of somebody even being indicted for treason, not just found guilty of treason.
It hasn't happened.
Indicted for treason.
It hasn't
for telling
happened.
members of the military that they should disobey illegal orders.
I don't think that the words have ever even come out of a congressperson's mouth or a senator's ever.
They come out of congressmen and women's mouths every single fucking day, especially those that served in the military.
Saying not to follow
and we're not
unlawful orders?
and we're not just talking about congressmen and women here. We're talking about anyone. Find me one example of anybody being indicted for treason, meaning that a judge thinks there's probable cause they could be guilty just for saying don't follow illegal orders.
We live in unprecedented times, and we're at a point now where we've got millions upon
And
millions
this is
of
why you're
illegal
fucking delusional. This is why you're delusional. You think that it's
I'm listening.
treasonous to tell members of the military to disobey illegal orders, even though that's literally what the law tells them to do. You
But if
agree that you could waste all of your time, sitting back and searching the web for one instance of anybody ever being indicted for treason for saying that, and you wouldn't be able to find it, but you were still just totally and absolutely and utterly convinced that it is treasonous. Find me one legal scholar who agrees with your opinion.
You don't think that we live
Find
in...
me one legal scholar who agrees with your opinion.
You don't think that we live in a different time?
I want you to find me one legal scholar that agrees with your opinion.
There.
Okay.
I already agreed with you.
So nobody has ever been indicted for treason for doing this
Correct.
before.
Correct.
There's not one legal scholar that exists
Correct.
today or has ever existed that thinks that this action is treasonous. I've explained to you now multiple times how not only is it not treasonous, but it is literally just reading what the law says. So you think that it is treasonous to read what the law says, but even in consideration of all these facts, you still absolutely think that it was treasonous for them to do that. You are deranged.
No, I'm not. You really do, and forgive me, I'm going to ask you this genuinely. Are you void of like all common sense? I mean, and let me
The guy that says it's treasonous
I heard
to read
you.
what the
you already
law
made your
says
point. You already made your point.
is asking
on one
me
hand,
if I'm void of common sense.
Hold on. On one hand, right, Trump's running his mouth and wants the death of 6 Congress people because this, that, and the other. All right. But then on the other hand, when they say don't follow illegal orders, well, what do you mean? That's never really happened before. What are you talking about?
What?
Oh, you mean now in sending in the National Guard to remove illegal aliens? Now all of a sudden it doesn't really matter how it was said. It was just more, well, what we meant to say was if they're illegal orders, well, there's nothing.
No, that's not what they meant to say. That's what they did say.
Right. But the illegal orders at that time were that Democrats thought you can't send in the National Guard to remove these illegal aliens.
The Supreme Court gave their opinion that Donald Trump sending the National Guard into Illinois was illegal. And the Supreme Court is 6-3 conservative leaning. Okay, B, nowhere in the video did they ever mention, nowhere in that video did they overturn presidents all the time. Nowhere in that video did they ever mention, Donald Trump sending the military to any specific state. And one of those 6 Democrats, when asked by a journalist, has Donald Trump given the military an illegal order, said, no, I don't think he has.
So why say it? Why say it?
Why say it? For the same reason that members of the military say it every single day, because he could. Any president could, especially a president who has already called for the termination of the Constitution, especially a president who has already been found guilty for infractions of the Constitution, such as his illegal infraction of the 14th Amendment, his illegal infraction of the 10th Amendment, his illegal infraction of Article 2 with his illegal settlement with the IRS, and somebody that already has no respect for the law, such as his 34 felonies, and the fact that he was held civilly liable for literally raping a woman. Okay? What they said was covered by the First Amendment, freedom of speech. It is not treasonous nor illegal to say, don't follow illegal orders. And I would argue that if there ever exists, yes, I would argue that you think it is illegal to say, don't follow an illegal order if Trump gives you one, is exactly why I think that both you and Trump are brazen fascists. If you think that it is justified to send people to their deaths for saying, don't follow an order that Trump gives you if it violates the law, you are a fascist.
But we're not even talking about people inside of the military talking about this. We're talking about people who are behind the cameras, who are politicians, who are saying it deliberately for a reason to tarnish his fucking name.
You mean
That's
the
what
people
they
that
do,
you mean the
Dean.
people that make the laws? Okay, so I want to clarify that you're pissed off that the people who make the laws are saying if Donald Trump breaks one of our laws by giving you an order, don't follow it. Oh, you mean the body responsible for those laws in the first place? You were surprised that a lawmaker is concerned with people breaking the law?
you gotta look
That's
at-
your best
okay,
argument. That's your best argument. Oh my God, lawmakers were concerned
the
with people
timing.
breaking the law.
Look at the timing. Hey, we're going to say that as soon as Trump means to clean up.
Oh,
now we gotta
so now
say
you're
it.
arguing that the time that they said it was what made it treasonous.
Politicians
find
are
me,
sneaky
find
fucking
me
snakes in
one
the
court
grass.
case.
You know that.
Find me one court case in the history of the United States of America that ruled an individual's action as treasonous because of the timing they did it. Find me one
just talking
circumstance
to
of that
you,
ever occurring.
person to person. You don't find it uniquely odd that as soon as Trump said, we're done with this, we're sending in the National Guard, I don't care what fat ass in Illinois wants to do or doesn't want to
so
do.
So this is the crash out stage.
Oh no, I'm not crashing out.
When
I'm
you
just
start
serious.
calling Pritzker a
Well,
fat ass
JD
because you're
Pritzker
losing a
is
debate to
a
somebody
fat ass.
half your age on TikTok.
No, I'm not debating. No,
and
I'm
you're a
not losing.
dumbass.
Okay, fine. You can call me that.
I mean,
all
you have
want.
to
All I'm
to start body shaming the governor of Illinois because
Dude,
you're losing a
all
debate
I'm
and crashing
saying
out.
is that there was a reason why those politicians said what they said when they said it, and it wasn't because everybody else in the military does every day. No,
Listen, the
it's
reason
not.
why they said it is unconcerned with the claim that what they said was treasonous.
It is treasonous because if you
What's
do
the definition of treason?
because going against or an action that is nefarious or going against America's best interests.
So then Donald Trump is guilty of treason. He goes against America's best interests every day. He went against America's best interests when he took health care away from 10 million low-income Americans. He went against America's best interests when he said that maybe we're going to invade our allies. He went against America's best interests when he started this new war in Iran, which led to the largest monthly increase in the price of gasoline since the Vietnam War in the 1960s. He continually goes against America's best interests by endorsing ICE, who have killed more Americans over the course of the last year and a half than Iran has.
Tell Renee Goods to
go
stay home.
against. One moment. Okay, so you just said that they should stay home and maybe they wouldn't get murdered.
That's right. Renee
Okay.
Good would still be alive right now if she would have not injected herself into a position that was above her fucking pay grade.
Yeah. So listen, I agree that if Renee Good stayed home, Renee Good would probably still be alive today. But this doesn't negate the responsibility on behalf of Jonathan Ross, her murderer, for murdering her. This is like acknowledging that it's descriptively true. Well, actually, no, let me give you a better example. This is like saying, oh, if this woman who went to the bar stayed home that night, she wouldn't have been raped. So therefore, it's her fault that she was raped? No. Regardless of the fact that she chose to go out, still yet a man decided to unconsciously and intentionally rape her. Therefore, it'd be the fault of the man for raping her. This is exactly why you can never say, oh, just stay home, shut up, and stay inside, and these fascist thugs won't kill you. Well, ultimately, the law says that when these fascist thugs do kill you, and you are not purporting a reasonable threat of an imminent threat to the life of anybody within your immediate vicinity, they are murderers per the letter of the law. I'm sorry that you don't know the justification for an LEO-involved shooting, but you can't turn around and say, well, therefore, you should have stayed home.
Well, I'm sorry that she aimed her vehicle in an aggressive way and stepped on the gas and almost hit him, because we both know that if she would have hit him, it still would have been talked off. It still wouldn't have been justifiable. I don't know what you want me to say to that. I'm sorry?
What shot killed her?
The cop shooting her.
Third shot killed her, per the autopsy report. When he shot that third bullet, he was actively chasing down her vehicle. At the moment of the third shot, because there has to be a present imminent threat the moment the gun is fired in order to justify the shooting per the letter of the law, what was the imminent threat?
He doesn't know what she's going to do with her vehicle in her deranged state at that point.
Okay.
He's trying to put down the threat. I mean,
so not knowing what she could have done with her vehicle was the imminent threat?
When there's people all around, yeah.
Okay. What people were in the imminent path of her vehicle?
other ICE officers, other protesters,
False.
You know, the vicinity.
False. There was no one with. I agree that there are people within the general vicinity of her vehicle, just like there are people that are in the general vicinity of all vehicles in metropolitan areas. But there was nobody in the imminent path of her vehicle that she would have killed if he didn't shoot her. In fact, I would argue
Thank
that him
God.
shooting and killing her, leaving that vehicle unmanned and unattended, likely with her foot still on the gas pedal, maybe made that vehicle more of a threat to the lives of the bystanders, to the lives of the protesters, and to the lives of the cops. But my point is, according to Tennessee v. Garner, which was a court case which literally adjudicated, can you shoot and kill a fleeing suspect? Not knowing what somebody's going to do with their vehicle does not generate an imminent threat to justify a shooting. Meaning that per the letter of the law for the billionth time, Jonathan Ross is a murderer, which perfectly explains why Donald Trump's Department of Justice has blocked any federal investigation into the subject matter and any state-level investigation into the subject matter, because they know that justification will find warrant for prosecution and incarceration for murder. And they, of course, could never let that happen after Donald Trump has come out in bold defense of Jonathan Ross and the DHS has just simply relocated him elsewhere. That's why they won't let him prosecuted. The letter of the law is clear in this circumstance. There's no legal justification you could give me for her death.
I think that there should be an investigation. I really do.
Okay, and the Trump administration disagrees. They said no investigation. That caused 4 DOJ civil rights lawyers to literally quit and leave their careers because the Trump DOJ says, no, you will not be allowed to investigate this.
Really?
Yes.
I don't see anything at all talking about how he said no investigation. The FBI, as of January 14th, the FBI is solely leading the inquiry into the killing of Renee Good by ICE agent Jonathan Ross. I mean, I don't see anything in here about him saying you can't or don't or put it off at all.
Okay. Yeah, you could find this specifically from... Yeah, if you look up Minnesota sues Trump administration over evidence related to shootings, including deaths of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, you'll find multiple sources about the lawsuit from the state of Minnesota against the Trump administration that attempted to force them to hand over evidence. And actually, this is funny. I'm just learning this now. Last week, on July 13th, they lost the suit and they handed the evidence over. I guess some of the evidence.
So I guess this is moving forward then.
Yeah, after the state sued them because they refused to.
And how do you know that they refused to? Oh, because of the lawsuit.
Because they had to sue them to get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to keep my eye on why it is that he refused it, because I don't see any reasoning here on refusing it.
There's no good reasoning. There's bad reasoning. The bad reasoning to refuse handing over that evidence is because they think that that evidence would lead to him being found guilty of murder, and they don't want him to be found guilty of murder. Joe, thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo. Says, always move to Alex Preddy when debating ICE unalivings because it's completely unequivocal and indefensible that there's zero argument on their part. MAGA will always squirm out of the Renee Good case because of the vehicle being involved. No, I'm not going to lie, Joe. I think that my arguments for Renee Good are pretty impenetrable, but it did take me a couple months to get them to that point. And for a while, MAGA idiots were able to try their best to squirm out of that. But I do agree with you that the Alex Preddy case is significantly more clear. Mary, thank you for the $5 as well. Helen with the $10 says, if you rage to the age limit, you should ask people to name a cocktail. That's funny. Kim, thank you for the $25, who says, Dean, prior to the Congress people telling our troops to not follow unlawful orders, many of them were contacting lawyers with this concern. Thank you for all that you do. Of course. Well, I appreciate you for the $25 and the truth, Nuke Kim. Let's get 250 Kim W. Same thing to you, Gianni. Thank you for the galaxies. As well as Patricia, thank you for the $5. Sabrina and Serena, thank you for the $5. Miss Kelly, thank you for the $20, who says, I know that you're going through all of these MAGA supporters has been very hard on you. I wish that I had more to give, but I haven't gotten paid yet. I hope that this helps enough. Bro, never say that ever again, Kelly. I'm so grateful for the $20. Genuinely. Thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get 200 Gianni W's. I'm so very grateful for you. Gianni and Kelly. Kelly with the $20 and Gianni with like the $3 alien galaxies. As well as Audrey, thank you for the $3. Brianna, thank you for the $4. And then Isabel, thank you for the $15, who says, I'm 18. I'll hopefully be voting for Senate for the first time in Maine. I'm voting blue, but I mostly know national politics versus state politics. Any quick tips for researching candidates or what to focus on? For Maine? Isabella, my best tip is just to hold out for a little bit until they figure things out. Hold out until there's an official nominee from the Democratic Party in Maine, and then do your research on that official nominee. I think if you start researching like the prospective individuals who could be running for the Democratic Party, you're just going to confuse yourself. I'm honestly a bit confused with it. Just wait until they narrow it down to one candidate, Isabella. Madison, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the $10. I'm so happy that you enjoyed the streams. Donnie, thank you for the $20, who says, trolls suck, but remember, you still change people's minds, even if you don't debate them, so you're still doing good. Oh, thank you so much for that reminder, as well as the $20, Donnie. That's very, very kind of you. Huge shout out to Donnie. I really appreciate you for the love. And then Emma, thank you for the $5. And then Caitlin with $5 as well. It looks like we're caught up on Venmo for now.
So from what I'm reading here, it shows that it's not an uncommon characteristic for the federal government to withhold, especially during what they quote as a political friction, jurisdictional disputes, and in this case, the administration's claims that the ICE officers acted in self-defense. So pretty much what this means is that they didn't want to comply coming out the gates, knowing, again, what I was referencing earlier as far as the time that we live in, where the public opinion, right, the public court opinion matters dramatically in this political world that we now live in, where rather than just doing what's right and handing it over, let's just protect our own coming out the gates until we get through all the rigmarole.
When you don't let it go to the court of law, it goes to the court of public opinion.
Wow.
So your argument makes no sense at all.
But you and I both know.
You're saying that they didn't let it go to the court of law so they could win over the public opinion. No. As soon as the court of law is out of the picture because they're blocking that investigation, the only thing we have left is the court of public opinion. And guess what? It seems like we came to the consensus that that was murder. And it makes sense because look at the people who ICE is hiring. We just saw an innocent man in Maine die from an ICE agent who has now had a total of 2 ex-wives come out and say, I absolutely believe he would murder this person in cold blood because he's a domestic violent abuser who also tried to kill me multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking insanity.
You're talking about the dude who got killed in Maine.
Yes.
The Colombian illegal alien.
The undocumented immigrant.
Mm-hmm. Again, I don't see anything wrong with this. I mean, what, did the officer just walk up to him and just shoot him?
He shot him in his
brown.
car.
Pop.
He shot him when he was sitting in his car in a parking lot, I believe. Yep.
There was an incident where they had been fighting. He calls the police.
2 ex-wives came out and said, I totally believe that this ICE agent would do this because he abused me too. 2 ex-wives. And we saw another ICE immigration official shoot somebody in the parking lot because they got into a verbal altercation in Aurora. Did you know that?
Per capita, do you think ICE is good, or the handful of examples that are bad outweigh all of the thousands and thousands and thousands of men and women who are in that organization?
Let me tell you, you're trying to make it seem like we just have a couple bad apples. I don't think that's the case. It's a systemic problem with the nature of the existence of ICE under Trump. Because ICE and the DHS as a whole are defending these bad apples. Maybe if DHS was not defending these bad apples, condemning their actions, allowing prosecution, and supporting
or just not maybe throwing them to the wolves,
you would
right
have
away.
an argument.
Maybe.
So now you think that the court of law are just a bunch of hungry wolves. That's the issue with MAGA. You guys have no respect
What
for
I'm
our
saying
courts.
is maybe they have their backs coming out the gates until the process of going through court and all of that is underway.
Until they, but then you keep in mind that they blocked the investigation into it, delaying the court process. You're saying that they have their backs until they go to court, but then they prevent it from going to court. Therefore,
Well,
they.
I mean, eventually you got to go.
They
right?
have.
I mean, eventually
they have their backs.
You got to go.
Well, I think it's a bad thing for anybody to defend murder, and by blocking that process and having their backs, they're defending murder, which makes sense for Trump. He's a very violent person. He himself is a violent sexual predator.
So yes is the answer. These bad apples, they outweigh the others.
Oh, well, my claim
And what
would
they're
be
doing.
is that I don't support any institution that upholds reckless disregard for law and life. I acknowledge that we could identify a handful of scenarios where ICE has done good things on an individualistic level by like arresting very violent undocumented immigrants who genuinely should be in jail or shouldn't be here. But what I would say is because the institution as a whole upholds reckless disregard for law and life, I fundamentally cannot support that institution, as well as under Trump, that institution has been significantly less successful at genuinely identifying the undocumented immigrants who should be detained, arrested, and deported, unlike the Democrats, who had upwards of 20% of their deportations being undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records, compared to below 5% today. One moment.
So since border jumping is a
we're experiencing
misdemeanor,
some TikTok lag, real quick.
So since border jumping is a misdemeanor, it's not that big of a deal, and they shouldn't be removed. And only
one
super
moment,
violent.
One moment. We're having some really bad TikTok lag. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna try to force restart TikTok Studio. This is strange. Don't go anywhere, man. I'll be back in like 2 seconds for you.
No problem. I don't know why the fuck you told me to shut up, but all right.
Because I don't like you. We're restarting our TikTok Studio right now. Okay. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Why does it say reacting to White House briefing? What the fuck just happened, bruh? What the hell? Wait. I'm so confused right now. We don't have access to multi-guest? No. We do have access. What's going on? Hello, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen and showing out this live with a couple of friends. I don't know what's going on with TikTok right now. The camera's glitching. That'll be fixed with a guess. I guess just make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. And look at the top of the phone screen. It says reacting to White House press briefing. Why does it say that? Hey, welcome back in, man.
All right.
Yeah, give me a moment to figure out. Okay, now, so I had a title above my head that said reacting to White House press briefing, and it just like randomly changed back to saying, how do you still support Trump as president? After like 30 minutes, after like a minute and a half of like ruthless lag. I guess we're back now, everybody. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and hitting that little repost button with a share button at the bottom right-hand corner of that phone screen. I don't know what happened. If you guys are watching and you'd like to support me and you'd like to support the live stream, you can via the link tree in my bio, where you can find my Venmo and my PayPal link. They're also in the pinned message of that YouTube stream, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. I'm going to quickly just thank a couple people on PayPal to give individuals a couple moments just to tune back into the stream, because I think a couple people tuned out just to tune back in to try to fix the lag. But seriously, in the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping. Over on PayPal, thank you, Sophia, for the $10, who says, what's up, dude? I've been following you. You think I can get a shout out to my cats, Rexy and Doodle? Oh yeah, hell yeah. Shout out to Rexy and Doodle. Thank you, Sophia, for the $10. Rachel, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Rachel W's in that chat. Thank you for supporting what we do. And Tina, thank you for the Leon the Kitten. Rachel with the $20 says, those you have not served and had to swear by the oath of military service have no room to speak on the subject. They have no idea unless they've served. Yeah, which is exactly why this idiot was saying that they were guilty of treason. Mr. Robert, thank you for the $25. Who says, Jesus Christ, this guy is worse than the 18-year-olds. What an idiot. Keep on cooking, buddy. From 71-year-old Robert. 71-year-old Robert, you know I love you. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. I really appreciate you so much for the $25. Dude, show some massive, massive love to the GOAT Robert down below for the $20. Same thing to Josephine and Rose for the $20 each on PayPal as well. 200 Rose W's, 200 Josephine W's. Thank you both so very much. Josephine with the $20 says, hello, Dean. I really like your content. And I finally turned 24 today. Well, happy birthday, Josephine. Seriously, happy birthday. And then Rose with the 20 says, I recently found you on TikTok and love your debating. I'm going to keep the rest of that message to myself just because of the sensitive nature of it. I don't want to trigger anybody, but Rose, know that I really appreciate you and I have your back. I appreciate you so much for the support. Monkey, thank you for the $14. She says, hey, Dean, here's $15. You seem tired today. Hope all is well. I think I'm just a little bit tired of this guy's bullshit, but thank you for the $14. Same thing to you, Jaron. Thank you for the $14 as well. Thank you, Nikki, for the $20. Who says, sorry for the trolls. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Nikki. At least we finally got a debate going. Same thing to you, SJ, with the $20. Who says, just sending my daily love. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing all right today, SJ. Thank you so much. Marlon with the $25 calling the trolls annoying. So true. Thank you for the $25. And then Alexis, thank you for the $20. Who says, your streams are helping me get through some dark times. Keep on doing God's work, brother. Your work has more effect on people than you know. Well, I'm so happy that the streams help you out, Alexis. Thank you so much for the $20. I'm so happy that they help you out, genuinely. And then Marissa with the $10 calling these people insane. So true. And Alyssa with the $20 says, I really appreciate your videos, especially during these horrifying times. Well, thank you for the $20. With that being said, we are all cut up on PayPal. Nearly all of the donations since the beginning of the stream. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Show some massive love to all the donors. Grand, we're back. Listen, here's where we're going to kick it off. Would you still support Trump as president if he was a violent sexual predator?
Talking to me now?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator. You should stop supporting him as president.
No, he's not. T.G.
Yeah,
and Carol couldn't even remember where or when, and nobody walks voluntarily into a dressing room and then 25 plus years later, you don't remember shit. And then, no, I'm sorry, that's not the same thing.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, we'll go over
Same thing with Stormy Daniels. Just because he paid a bitch to get it on, no.
Okay. So I won't allow you to call women bitches on my live. I understand that's definitely something that you do in your free time because you're a Trump supporter. It honestly doesn't surprise me even for a second. But just definitely not here, okay?
Oh, okay.
Good boy. So we're going to hit on E. Jean Carroll because Trump did rape her and your responses were just very common, like low IQ, misogynistic bullshit.
Raped her now.
But we're actually going to make this easier.
Right.
Donald Trump, in fact, admitted to being a violent sexual predator. Did you know that? Did you know that he admitted to... Oh, you don't know that?
No.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy I could be the one to fill you in. In 2005, he admitted to being a violent sexual predator by admitting to barging into dressing rooms of women and girls, looking at their naked bodies unconsensually, and then telling Howard Stern live on air how great and incredible they looked. It was insane. I'll play you the clip of Trump literally admitting to being a violent sexual predator. Also, for everybody in the chat saying change your password, I wasn't hacked, just weird TikTok glitches. They don't have the best platform ever.
You have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
That's a graper for you, huh?
No, so that would be a violent sexual predator. The reason
That's a
why
violent predator right there.
Yes. The reason why that makes him a violent predator is because it's sexual violence. Why do I say that's sexual violence? Well, sexual violence is defined as any sexual action that's unconsensual. The sexual
like
action that I'm
catcalling
engaged
nowadays, right?
No. So catcalling on its own is problematic, but that's when you just kind of like call out at women like in public on the streets. What he did, didn't like call out at a woman publicly on the streets to tell her that she was attractive or to be weird or gross. He barged into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies unconsensually. That's the sexual violence. That was the unconsensual sexual act. That's what makes him a predator.
Barged in.
Yeah, went in without consent is what that means.
Slam that door open and
please.
Let's
Thank you
see.
for the galaxies. Well, we don't even know if they had doors on it. Many dressing rooms don't.
You're using the word barge. That's an action. So
yeah, to barge means to go in without one's consent.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming without one's consent would mean some sort of border, some sort of wall, some sort of door.
Well, I mean, there could have been a door. We just don't know.
A man in Hollywood who again, you don't like certain words. Okay. A man in Hollywood engaging in
Please debate my mom, Dean.
sexual acts. That this is shocking to you?
Yeah. So a man in Hollywood engaging in sexual acts isn't shocking. The shocking bad part that makes him the predator is the fact that these sexual actions were without consent. Fucking eye-opening, huh?
Not to be honest with you, I see this as locker room bullshit. You know,
What's locker room bullshit?
This is like grabbing by their P word, you know?
Okay, well, this wasn't something that he said that was weird and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
This was something that he did that was wrong because he engaged in unconsensual sexual conduct.
Well, right. On the bus, on the hot mic, he said that he used to be able to grab women's...
So I'm just clarifying. If you had a daughter and a man followed her into her bathroom and then peeked his head over and saw to look at her genitalia, would that make that man a sexual predator?
Absolutely.
Okay, so a man unconsensually looking at a naked body of a woman or a girl in their dressing rooms or bathrooms would make that man a sexual predator. Okay, so therefore Trump is a sexual predator.
You conflate. You really
what
do.
am I conflating?
I mean,
what
in
am
any
I
sort of
conflating?
any sort of atmosphere where Trump is calling the shots, the same way that they used to look at go-go girls, back in the 60s and 70s in Vegas, what's their weight like? What's their trim line like? Having the best looking dancers out there. If you're going to have Donald Trump at the helm, going in and out where he should or shouldn't be, is that the same thing as somebody following a girl into the bathroom to again, be nefarious?
Yeah,
I'm trying to watch my mouth here.
Yeah. The only difference is that instead of following them into their bathrooms, he's following them into their dressing rooms. That's literally the only difference.
Okay,
what are the other differences?
On one hand, there may or may not have been doors. Now there was doors, and he just barged in. I mean,
what are the other differences outside of bathroom and dressing room? What are the other differences?
Well, when you talk about somebody's daughter and you talk about them using the restroom and you talk about somebody going in there, obviously for nefarious purposes, in comparison to Trump being in an area where there's a bunch of extremely attractive women around, half naked, I don't see those two things as the same thing.
Okay,
and
so
I don't think you do either.
What's the difference? So just to clarify, what is it?
Oh my God. One's bad. One's kind of just the men. Men are always going to be attracted to beautiful women.
So
men are always going to
attracted to 15-year-olds because they were underage.
That's not natural. That's not natural. That's evil, in my opinion.
Okay, so are you attracted to 15-year-olds?
Of course not. That's an evil thing. I'm just saying Trump wasn't around a bunch of 15-year-olds.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but some of them were under the age of 18, but it doesn't really change anything here because you said that, well, maybe he's just attracted to the women. Okay. I'm basically like Miss Rachel, but for grown men. Listen to the sound of my voice and focus.
Well, I'm listening.
It's really important that you listen to me closely.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that you are attracted to women. But if a woman is attractive and you're attracted to them, buddy, this doesn't mean that you could do things to them without their consent, my friend.
He didn't do anything to him, though.
Yeah, he did, my friend. Those women, when they're in their dressing rooms, where there's a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men because it's the woman's dressing room. WOMENS, and it's the woman's dressing room. That's a place where men can't go in. Okay? And they can't go in there because the women inside are only getting naked in there because they have a presumption of privacy away from men. So therefore, if you do go in there as a man and you do look at the naked people inside of there, what you're doing here is you're infringing on their consent because they're not consenting to you or any other man looking at them. And you are violating, you are violating, that's a big word. You're violating the right to privacy. The same way in the hypothetical earlier, another really big word. When I told you maybe there's a man that's following your daughter into a bathroom and looking at her naked, that's
Not
also wrong.
thing.
No,
Not
it
the same
is.
No, it's not.
It is.
You can try to
Because
make it sound like the same thing with the 16-year-old.
The reason
but
why
you
that's
and I both know that's not
the
the same.
reason why that's the same thing is because he's looking at her private parts without consent.
You're assuming
and violating
a lot.
her
I mean,
right
Jesus
to privacy.
Christ. I mean, first there's walls, then there's maybe no walls, then there's barging, then maybe he just shouldn't be in there. Then we're going to kids in the bathroom. I mean, Dean, these aren't. I know what you're getting at, but let's also just go with this too.
This guy's
if any
really
of this was
stupid.
bad, like if any of this was sexual assault,
This
right?
guy's really stupid. Wait,
Why
you
hasn't
just
he
made
been
a
brought
couple-
up
you
on
just-
charges
you
for it?
just-
Why aren't all those women coming out going, "Oh my God, oh my God"?
Well, actually,
Where
a lot
are
of the
they?
women have come out. And you said, what about charges? Well, only 2% of rapists ever go to jail for their crimes. And I mean, if you don't think somebody is guilty of a sex crime unless they're found guilty in court, well, then you'd have to say that Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein acted alone, which is not true. Okay,
No,
but the
agree.
first point you said that I'm confusing a bunch of things. You said first I'm saying there are doors, and I'm saying there aren't doors. Okay, well, dressing rooms and like common shared spaces sometimes do have doors, sometimes don't have doors. I'm speaking from personal experience here. I've been hitting the gyms since early high school. Some of the gyms that I've used have a door on the man's changing room. Some of the gyms, like the gym I'm using
They're
right now,
wide
does
open.
not have
Right.
does not have a door on the men's changing room. And it's not that they're wide open, but they rather ensure the integrity of the people inside and their right to privacy by like angling the entryway in such a manner where you would have to intentionally enter in order to end up in that space. I'm sure anybody
Let's
who frequents
be
gyms
clear
knows
here.
this.
I would never
but
allow.
let me
I would
ask you
never
a
allow
question.
my wife.
So if you
or
have
my
an
daughter
18-year-old
to be
daughter,
alone with
one
Trump.
moment.
This
If you have
is irrelevant, though.
if you have an 18-year-old daughter and you take her to Kohl's to go dress shopping, and she's in
Yeah.
and she's in a changing room at Kohl's, and the
Okay.
floor manager, who's a man, unconsensually unlocks the door to her dressing room
Right.
without her consent, without anybody's consent, and looks at her in the nude, would that
Right.
make that man a predator?
Yes.
So what's the difference between a floor manager at Kohl's unconsensually looking at the naked women in the dressing rooms at Kohl's and Donald Trump unconsensually looking at the naked women in the changing rooms at Miss USA? What's the difference?
I'm going to go with. Oh, I don't think you're going to like it. I think I'm going to go with Hollywood and just department store freak. There are acts that go down in Hollywood that are always going to be head scratchers, that are always going to be looked at like, what the fuck? But then trying to compare that,
Can it,
you know,
so you're saying the difference is Hollywood. What does that mean?
I think
So
that
you're
there's
saying,
a lot
you're
of
saying if there's like a rich,
Well,
so if
that's
that
good
floor
question.
manager at Kohl's was
Mhm.
a rich man in Hollywood, he could do the exact same thing without being a predator. In the
right,
real
but that's not real. You see what I'm saying? You're
But just answer my
conflating-
question. You're saying if that floor manager at Kohl's was a rich man in Hollywood, and your daughter trying the dress on was a woman in Hollywood, that man could do the same exact thing to her, but he wouldn't be a sexual predator for doing it. So you think
The question doesn't make any sense, Dean. The question doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying
I
is
think
that
it's
in
clear
Hollywood,
because I'm
well,
giving
you asked
you.
me. Let me answer.
I'm giving you two examples of two
I know.
different men.
I know what you're trying to do. You're
Like
boxing me
barging
in. I
into
get
the
what you're
dressing
doing.
rooms
I understand.
of two different women and unconsensually looking at their naked bodies. You're saying in the first scenario it makes him a
Yes.
predator. In the
Yes.
second scenario, it does not make him a predator because the second man is in Hollywood and the first man isn't.
Well, okay. Let me. You and I both know there's perversion left and right in the proverbial Hollywood, all over the place. It's all over the place. So when I hear of shit going down of a sexual nature in Hollywood, I think to myself, yeah, what's new? Now, I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's good.
So
But
you're
when
just
I
saying that because
Hold
a
on.
lot of men do that to women in Hollywood, therefore it doesn't make Trump a sexual predator.
I think that I think that
You're just saying, oh, like what's new? Like you don't really care. You just don't really care when men in Hollywood violate.
It's not about not caring. It's about
why
sadly,
doesn't that make him a sexual predator?
Why doesn't what make him a sexual predator? Because
the fact that he unconsensually looked at the naked body of women and little girls. Why does that not make him a sexual predator?
What's with the little girls part? What are we throwing that in for?
He also did this at Miss Teen USA. We had 4 little girls at Miss Teen USA come forward, aged 15 to 17, and say that Donald Trump did this to them. They all gave the same account, that he'd barge into their dressing rooms when they were naked, and he'd say, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." And there was even a woman from Miss USA that recalled him doing this to the girls at Miss Teen USA. And she also said once again that he did this to some girls as young as 15.
Right.
But I don't understand. I don't understand why you have like the whoa reaction to the minors, but you don't have the whoa reaction to the adults.
Okay, my answer to this, or my response, is Orrin Hatch was right. If you're going to be a part of the public sphere, you need to have not just private virtues, but also public virtues as well. Trump is not a personally virtuous person. That being said, I'm not interested, I mean, I am, but I'm not really interested in whether or not the president or those who represent me are the types that I could necessarily hang out with or leave alone with my daughter, but more interested in what they do as far as my income is concerned, what it has to do with the safety of our nation, our borders, trying to get out of things that are not cost effective. Again, I'm not saying I want a rapist in there, but again, I will always look at Hollywood and what goes on in that sphere differently than your Coles example. Always. One's disgusting. One's just, I guess, kind of fucked up that, that, like you said, with the fucking exercise places, right? Some of them are a little bit more closed in. Some of them you gotta, walk around, open up a door. Others are more readily accessible. And if Trump walking in there, again, we're not talking about the Miss Teen shit, but I don't know if any of that validity is true or if that's just a whole bunch of hearsay of he saw me naked. You mean he saw you in a tutu? Same thing. I don't know, but just going with the one that you said from with him and the idiot. Oh God, I'm forgetting his name. The radio star, one that you had me listen to. What's his name?
Stern.
Howard Stern, yeah. That one I kind of more look at like, that's not the same thing as walking in and having and seeing, or
Why?
excuse me, the Coles thing.
Why?
Because one is actually perverted, one is actual
But the
NBC
question is,
sexual
why-
predator.
The
one
question
is
why is one actually perverted and why is the other not actually perverted? Like, what are the reasons?
because I think that sexuality as a whole in Hollywood is a degradation. I think it's a degradation state of being. Like
What do you mean
the
by this? What do you
atmosphere
mean?
alone that's going to happen. It's going to happen. Look at Kamala Harris.
So basically,
the
what
reason
you're
why
saying-
she's
so basically,
popular
one moment,
is because she sucked off Montel. You know, I mean,
Okay,
come
so,
on.
so I don't know where your false claims about Harris came from. We'll go over those in a bit. So you're saying because that like sexual exploitation, perversion, rape, and so on is going to happen in Hollywood. When it does happen in Hollywood, it's therefore not perverted.
I don't think that really falls underneath the same construct of sexual perversion, the same way that the Coles example illustrates.
But why? In both scenarios, there's a man unconsensually looking at the naked body of a woman in a woman's only space.
Right, but you're making it sound as though like he again barged in through doors. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Here I am.
Yeah, he said in the
some
clip that he
Jeffrey
found it
Epstein
funny.
like shit. When
He
really
said in the
that's
clip
not...
that he found it funny.
Right. So when he did say that I used to grab him by the P word, right? You're saying that also too, since the girl didn't say, "Hey, grab me by my whatever," that was also unwarranted, making him a sexual predator as well.
Yes.
Oh God. So again, no matter what's said,
but
without the details, to you, it's just sexual predator.
Yes.
There's no difference between Trump and some dude meeting up with some 14-year-old girl, saying that her parents are away. They are the same thing in your book.
Yes. When a man barges in to a woman's only dressing room and then looks at the naked women and girls inside. Okay. for sexual reasons, that man is a sexual predator. Let's see if you could agree with the following statement. Can you agree that in all scenarios of a man unconsensually going inside of a woman's dressing room and looking at the naked bodies of women and or girls for sexual purposes, that man is a sexual predator?
Yes.
So if Donald Trump unconsensually went in to a woman's dressing room and looked at the naked bodies of women and or girls for sexual purposes, that man is a Donald Trump is a sexual predator, correct?
So he went in there looking at them for sexual purposes. Okay. I'm going to follow your line of logic, and I'm not going to.
I just want to know. I just want to know. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we know that Donald Trump unconsensually went into a woman's dressing room because he said he did. We know that when he was inside of the woman's dressing room, he looked at the naked bodies of women and or girls because he said he did. He said that they had no clothes on and they looked incredible. And we know that Donald Trump did so for sexual reasons, because the reason why Donald Trump shared this story with Howard Stern was because Howard Stern asked him about the sexual things that he'd do with his beauty pageant contestants. So because you said it is true that if Donald Trump did what he said he did, he would be a sexual predator, it is therefore true that Trump is a sexual predator.
Okay. If I go, all right, yes. If I go
you accept
into
that Donald Trump is a sexual predator?
In this, yes, I do.
Okay.
I
earlier you said that you wouldn't support Trump as president if he was a sexual predator.
That's because you are using terms like barged in for sexual purposes. You are inflating.
Do you accept that earlier you said that you wouldn't support Trump if he was a sexual predator?
I do not see him as a sexual predator. And let me just ask you something.
You just said that he was 5 seconds ago.
I do not see it, the sexual predator aspect. I'm agreeing with you.
You just said he was less than a second ago.
You're boxing me in with words and phrases that you cannot get out of, meaning like, did he or did he not barge into there? Well, yeah, he did. Well, that's horrible, is it not? Yes, it is. There's no way a reasonable mind is not going to say that's bad. But let me ask you this. If I go into a bar, okay, and I drink, and I happen to run into a chick who's drinking as well, right? One thing leads to another. We start making out, a little bit of groping happens, right? What if at that point of groping, she goes, I never gave you consent. Am I a predator?
Yeah, you should stop groping her, 110%. I'm muting you because I'm writing this out. Are all men who unconsensually... Let's get this bigger. There we go. Put it on YouTube too. You're on mute, by the way. Are all men who unconsensually go into women's dressing rooms to look at the naked bodies of women without consent for sexual reasons sexual predators? If Trump went into a woman's dressing room to look at the naked bodies of women without consent for sexual reasons, would Trump be a sexual predator? So in order for Trump to be a sexual predator, 3 things have to be true. He has to go into women's dressing room. He has to look at naked bodies of women without consent. He has to be doing so with sexual reasons. Okay. We have our framework. Great. I'm going to send you an invite to unmute your microphone. Okay, we're going to go through this very methodically now because you have made this necessary. I sent you an invite to turn your mic on. Hit your profile picture in the bottom right-hand corner of that phone screen. Turn your microphone back on. Let's start with a highlighted question at the top of the phone screen. Yes or no? Are all men who go into women's dressing rooms to look at the naked bodies of women without consent for sexual reasons sexual predators?
Yes.
Yes. If Donald Trump went into a woman's dressing room to look at the naked bodies of women without consent for sexual reasons, would Trump be a sexual predator?
Yes.
Yes. So therefore,
Nope. No, therefore.
Trump has to do 3 things in order to be a sexual predator, right? He has to, 1, go into a woman's dressing room. 2, look at the naked bodies of women without consent. And 3, do this with sexual reasons. Do you agree that if Donald Trump did all 3 of these things, Donald Trump would be a sexual predator? Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. Do you accept that Donald Trump went into a woman's dressing room?
That he physically was in the room. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Do you accept that he looked at the naked bodies of these women without their consent?
See, now this is where, again, you're going to lose me. No.
Why?
Because no female, right, in the real world, unless, like, again, there's like no, you don't fill out like a form. Can I hold your hand? Can I kiss you? Can I do this? Can I look at you? Is that okay? Because I don't want to, go against your consent. That's not real, Dean. That's not real. And that's what I mean by you're conflating the reality of like an
you're saying
actual
that
predator.
Are you saying that he did it with consent or without consent? Because it's either
I'm
true
saying,
that this
I'm
action
saying that
was
it
with their consent or
incidentally
without their
happened.
consent.
I think that it incidentally
No. There's 2
That they were
possible options
naked.
here. Listen,
He may or may not have known that they
listen,
were, but we'll never know.
listen. There's 2 possible options here.
Right.
He either did this to them with their consent, or he did this to them without their consent. There's
I need
no
your
third
consent
option.
before you can hand me that.
I just want to know.
No, my wife walked in the room.
Are you arguing that he did this with their consent?
I don't think either consent or force.
What's the third option?
Incidentally, like
what
in the room.
What does that mean?
They might have been naked. That.
Okay, the reason why you're wrong is because they were in a woman's dressing room. Do you agree that women inside of women's dressing rooms have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men?
In Hollywood, boy, that's a tough one, brother. Yeah. I mean, you'd like to think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore he did it without their consent. Because if they have a reasonable expectation of privacy,
But were they ever
going
to come out and say, "Hey, come on in, my titties are out"? Dean,
one moment.
Come on.
So if they wanted him to see them while they were naked and changing, then they wouldn't have changed in the woman's dressing room, considering the fact that that is a space where men can't go into. Okay.
Again.
So because they have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men, because men can't go into women's dressing rooms, do you accept that it was done without their consent? By the way, this is what the women have said. Mariah Bellotto.
They said that it was without our without our consent.
Yeah,
It's just
Mariah
such a
Bellotto
stupid
from Miss Teen USA in 1997 said that he just waltz in without our consent and look at us naked. We had 3 other teens from that same year say that Donald Trump would just waltz in without our consent and look at us naked. We had Tasha Dixon, who was Miss USA from 2001. He said that he just waltz in without our consent and look at us naked. You had multiple women, multiple women who all said this. And once again, outside of this being the testimony of the women and girls who this happened to.
You got me. It's poor taste.
Outside of the women and girls who this happened to, from different years that never met each other at different pageants, all saying the same thing. It's also just implied by the nature of the space that Trump went into. It is of the nature for a woman's dressing room that men are not allowed in. And if men do come in, they're doing so without consent. So can we agree that it is true that he therefore looked at their naked bodies without consent?
They did not give him permission to look at their naked bodies. You are correct.
Last one. Can we agree that he did so with sexual reasons?
So now it's about he went in there, looked at the 16-year-old for.
Listen.
I'll watch my mouth.
I just want to know.
Watch my mouth.
I just want to know. Can we agree that he did so with like sexual reasons?
No, we cannot just agree blindly to that.
Okay, perfect. I'll give you the proof. The proof is that Donald Trump was asked by Howard Stern about the sexual things that he would do with the beauty pageant contestants. Howard Stern was like, have you ever slept with one of the beauty pageant contestants?
Sure.
Okay. Have you ever done anything sexual with the beauty pageant contestants? That was the topic of dialogue. And then Trump was like, well, I'll tell you what I will do. And then that's when he shared the story about going into the dressing rooms to look at them. And he pointed out
those are two
how
separate
incredible
things
they looked
now.
when they were naked. Okay.
Those are two separate things.
So that's what proves that he did so with sexual reason.
No, come on. If he slept with somebody, if he slept with the beauty pageant,
no,
that's one
listen
thing.
to me. Listen to me.
Okay.
The reason why we could make this very basic inference is because this was Donald Trump's answer to the question, what are the sexual things that you've done with the beauty pageant contestants? His answer to that question was going into the dressing rooms to look at them while they were naked.
He pivoted. You know that. You even said
What's the pivot?
The pivot was, well, I'll tell you what I did do. That's the pivot.
The pivot to his answer to the general question of the sexual things he's done to the beauty pageant contestants.
That was a separate question. He wasn't going to go into that because obviously,
no,
for whatever
he went
reason.
he went into that after too, about how he would sleep with the winner of Miss USA every year, and sometimes they were beautiful and other times they weren't.
And by the way, you just saying that kind of more proves what I was saying earlier.
Okay,
right?
So
if these same women who are going to sleep with him are all of a sudden not going to let him look at him naked because without their consent is kind of dumb.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a bit. I don't even think he slept with him. Okay, because he was calling them ugly.
Oh,
and
so
on top of that, it wasn't like the winner was the only person in that dressing room, nor it also you're breaking my brain that I have to explain these very simple concepts. You're breaking my fucking brain that I have to explain these simple concepts. Even if a woman would consent a year in the future to having sex with you, does not give you the consent today to barge into her house and look at her naked. And now you're saying, I bet they all would have slept with Trump if given the opportunity. That is rapist logic. You think the same way rapists do. Rapists say, I bet that she would have let me do it if I asked her. Therefore, I'm going to do it to her without asking.
But here you go again. Rape is a violent act. Again,
it is another form of sexual violence. Okay, so can we agree that Donald Trump did so with sexual intent? Because Howard Stern asked him about the sexual things that he do to the beauty pageant contestants. He said, but he was talking about how incredible they looked when they didn't have clothes on. What would the other reason outside of sexual intent be to share the story after Howard Stern asks him about the sexual things he do with them, and then he points out that they looked incredible when they were naked, and then he goes on to talk about sex with them? What would the other intention be outside of sexual intention?
If I look at a beautiful woman,
no, I don't want to fucking question you, absolute idiot. I don't want to question you, moron. Yes, I am crashing out. I am absolutely crashing out because it is time for sick men like you to go away and never come back. You don't have a place in modern society. You were for 500 years ago, and even then you should have lived in the woods for the rest of your life. You don't have a place in society. You don't. Men who think like you. Oh, I bet they would have consented. I don't fucking care. It's Hollywood. You could abuse, neglect, rape, exploit, do anything you want to women and girls because they don't matter. They're fucking objects. By the way, they would have consented if they had the opportunity to. So therefore, Donald Trump looking at the naked bodies of 15-year-old girls is perfectly fine. And on top of that, he didn't do it with any sexual intention whatsoever, even though this was the story that he shared with Howard Stern after Howard Stern asked him about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants, and he made a fucking point about how incredible they looked when they didn't have clothes on. And then further yet, on top of that, if he wasn't doing this for sexual intention, then what would his intention be? I could identify about two intentions for doing this. The first intention for barging in to a woman and girl's dressing room where you know they are naked to then look at their naked bodies and call them incredible is sexual intention. The second intention that I could think about for doing this is being drugged up on about every controlled substance that exists and being completely detached from reality and operating subconsciously because your brain is permanently fried and you're going to spend the rest of your life in an institution. Those are the two and only two intentions I could possibly think about for Trump to do this. So my question to you is, what was the intention?
Is it my turn now?
What was the intention for him to barge into the woman's
You're not
dressing
gonna let
room
me answer,
without
are
their
you?
consent,
I mean,
to
you
look
must
at their
just love
naked
the sound
bodies,
of your
and then
voice,
to
dude.
make a
Calm
point
down.
to Howard Stern about how incredible their naked bodies looked after Howard Stern had
Looking-
asked him
looking
about the
at a-
sexual things that he do with the beauty
looking-
pageant contestants?
Looking at a beautiful woman and admiring her looks, and then discussing a separate topic of even sleeping with
It's
one
not
of
looking
them
at a
are
beautiful
two
woman and
separate
admiring
things.
her looks. It is unconsensually going into a dressing room and looking at the naked bodies of women and children and calling their bodies incredible, then talking about how you would have sex with some of them. If his intention was not sexual, then what was his intention?
We're going to have to agree to disagree here, dude.
What
I'm
was
not
his
gonna follow
intention?
your logic.
What
I'm not
was
gonna
his
follow your
intention?
logic that he
What
wanted
was
to
his
look at kids,
intention, you
dude.
fucking
I'm
idiot?
not.
What was his intention?
Well, which part? To sleep
What was
with
his
the one or
intention
to- or
for
to sit there and
going
look at
inside
it?
of the dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies? What was his intention?
To look.
To look why? No, the intention is the
Why
question
not?
of why did he do this?
Because women are beautiful, and most men think women are beautiful, and especially when they don't have clothes
Okay,
on.
so you're
What's your
saying
point?
the reason why he wanted to look at their naked bodies is because they're beautiful. So why do men want to look at the naked bodies of quote unquote beautiful women?
So you're asking me like
Why
the
do
steps that-
men want
Are
to
you
look at the
asking me
naked
to
bodies of
shut
beautiful
up?
women?
Are you
No,
asking
you
me
shut
the
up. You shut up,
steps?
you fucking dweeb. Why do
Are you
men
asking
want to
me
look
the
at the
steps
naked
that go
bodies of
into
beautiful
sex?
women?
I mean, is that what you're doing right now?
Can we agree the reasons why men want to look at the naked bodies of beautiful
Yep.
women are
Yep.
sexual?
It can be. Sure.
Okay, so then you concede he looked at them with sexual reasons.
No.
Then what
I'm
was the
saying that
other
he-
reason? Then what's the other reason, you fucking
Isn't he
idiot?
already-
You
okay,
absolute
hold on.
fucking moron.
I'm
You
answering you. Wasn't he
low
in there?
IQ, no brain idiot. You absolute droid. I don't even know how you wake up and brush your teeth in the morning. How do you rub those two brain cells together in order to produce a fucking toothpaste on a toothbrush
Did he-
brush
did
that you
he
then
or-
that you then use to clean your teeth in the morning? You're so fucking
Right.
stupid. I don't even know how
Did-
you do that. What would the other reason be?
Doesn't he
In
have to make
fact,
the calls
you know what?
now?
No, I want you to listen. I want you to listen to the entirety of the clip. And then after I play you the entirety of the clip, I want you to tell us with a straight fucking face that the reasons why he did this were not sexual.
Look, you're meeting the girls this night. One of them comes up to you and says, Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man. Right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the
What a
type that would say
predator.
no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're,
Well,
you're
well,
a
you
guy who
certainly
likes to
think
have
about it.
everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but you know, it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So I'd like to clarify, right before he talks about how he is going to go and look at these incredible looking naked women in their dressing rooms, he's talking about having sex with women and greeting their vaginas. So what was the reason why he looked at those incredibly looking naked women in the dressing rooms?
In my opinion, two separate things. Two separate things.
So then why does he say, I'll tell you what I do is, and then he talks about looking at women's vaginas.
Continue the conversation with Howard Stern? I don't fucking know.
Howard Stern is like, oh, they greet you with their vaginas. And then he's like, here's this story about me looking at their vaginas.
It's a euphemism.
And those are two.
I just want to
clarify. I just want to clarify. When Howard Stern is like, will they greet you with their vaginas? And then Trump is like, here's a story about me looking at their vaginas. You think that those are two different things?
I think that.
Do you think that those are two different things? When Stern is like,
well, if you're not going to let me talk, or we can't have an exchange.
yeah,
back and
oh my
forth,
god,
and it's like,
oh my
a
god,
1
oh
second
my god,
time
you're
thing
an
here.
idiot. Are you a rapist? Are you actually? You might be a fucking rapist. I'm not saying that you are.
God,
I'm not
dude.
saying that you are a rapist, but I'm saying that you have all of the qualities and traits representative of the mental states of rapists.
All right. I know the difference between people who are in Hollywood who do perverted things and an actual full-blown, I'm going to attack you because
Tell
I want
me
what
why
I
I'm
want.
wrong. Tell me
They're two
why the
separate
following.
things.
Tell me why the following argument is wrong. The reason why we know Donald Trump's intentions with walking into that dressing room to look at the naked women were sexual is because he said that he would look at their naked bodies and they looked incredible. And he shared this story when talking about sexual things with women with Howard Stern. Where did I go wrong in my argument?
Because you conflate a violent act.
We're not talking. No. We're talking. I'm asking you to tell me why I'm wrong in yielding the conclusion that his intentions with doing so were sexual.
Because A, he has to be the one to make sure that the pageant or whatever the hell the function was going the way that it was supposed to. He took advantage of his position, clearly, going in there. And then incidentally, there's beautiful women all over the place. That happened. I'm not saying it didn't.
I'm asking you to prove me wrong. I believe the reason why he went in there, the reasons were sexual by nature. Why am I wrong in stating that
because
the
all he was
reasons
going
were
in there to do
sexual
was
by
look.
nature?
He was going in there to look.
Do you agree that all you do when you watch porn is you look, but that is still yet sexual by nature because it's pornography?
Oh man. Okay. I guess
Right, even
down
though
to
you're
a
just
sliver.
looking?
Yes. Yes. Is it in the sexual world?
Because
Sure.
we're talking about the intentions of why he went into that space.
Right. But if you use the word predator, violence.
No. We're not using any words like predator. No. We're just trying to determine. We're trying to determine the reasons why Trump went into that space. I understand that you are very stupid, so you can't track any conversation in the slightest. I'm saying the reasons why he went into that space were sexual by nature. What are you saying those reasons were? What were?
With the sliver being of the sexual nature,
Trump
I'm trying to answer you.
did this. Okay, so we're trying to determine the reasons why Trump went into a woman's dressing room without consent to look at the naked bodies of the people inside, and then Donald Trump shared this story with Howard Stern after Howard Stern was asking him about sexual things. Okay? That's what we're trying to determine, the reasons for why Trump did this. What do you think the reasons are? I'm going to write them down, be concise as possible.
Just to look. That's it. No riddle, no enigma. Just to look.
Why did he want to look?
Same reason that any man wants to look at a female body.
Which is?
They're gorgeous. We'll just keep it simple.
Okay. So
God's
why
great
did
gift.
he want to look at them because they were pretty? Why did he want to look at them because they're pretty?
That's a stupid question. I don't even know how to answer it.
Would it be because he is sexually attracted to them?
Possibly.
What are the other possible explanations?
Why do I enjoy looking at pretty things? I don't know, because I do. I don't know how to answer that.
Is there any other explanation outside of him being sexually attracted to them?
So if we want to go all the way to the other end of the spectrum, because he wanted to figure out which one he wanted to rape the most. Right? I mean, again, this is where I think that you conflate. You make it seem like that is the same thing as some dark alleyway, dude. Well, you do. You make it seem like it's the same thing, dude, and it's not. It's not. And any reasonable female
so this
out there
statement,
knows.
he wanted to figure out which one wanted to rape the most. Just to clarify,
joking.
this was a rape joke, right?
You're the one putting me in this
I
box where
just
it's
wanted to clarify.
What other reason could there be?
I just want to clarify. That's a rape joke, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I think that you might be a sexual predator. I'm done with that guy. Actually deranged. I'm sorry for losing my cool, guys. We're going to move on to the next guess. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest connected. We got 774 loading up inside of that box.
We are Dean winners.
Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I don't think that continuing that last conversation would have been productive. So I kicked him. It's sad, man. It's so fucking sad. That shit makes me want to cry, bro. I'm not even trolling. That shit actually makes me want to cry, bro. Like, why do some people have to be like that, dude? Why? Why do some people have to be like that? God. We're gonna go get the next guest connected. It's just so sad, man. It's so fucking sad. They will fight. They will fight tooth and nail to demean the lived experiences of victims. They will sign their fucking life away to protect, defend, and perpetuate sexual violence. I've just never come across a human more sad and despicable than that. They are sick in a metaphorical sense because of the dangerous and grotesque nature of what he was saying, and sick in a very literal sense because what possible attitudes, beliefs, and intentions could that man have held to lead him to believing and saying those things? Alicia, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Oh, shoot.
Lacey's a child. What year were you born in, Alicia?
2008.
And,
January of 2008.
2 sentences or less. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, so I just want to have a very deep conversation with you about...
Please don't lie to me. We're going to get the next guest loaded up into the live stream right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got our next guest loaded in. We got Brandon Hill connecting to the live stream. Hey, do you support Trump?
Dean, help! It's me, Charlie Kirk. I need help.
We got Jinx loading in. Oh, fuck, dude. Well, I'll tell you, that conversation will only make me more patient. It's like, I think I hear the craziest thing that somebody could say. I hear the craziest thing that somebody could say. And then I kind of like push the boundary of my patience even further. So then the next time somebody says that same crazy thing, I won't just completely lose my cool on them. But then all of a sudden, somebody says something crazier. And honestly, for a long time there, I thought that I had met the final boss. And I couldn't hear anything crazier than a man who joined my live stream a couple months ago and asked me what's wrong with rape. But frankly, like I think we did in that last guess. Holton, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah. What year are you born in?
2008, March 14th.
Okay. Feel free to bring him up, Santana. Just saw your text. Okay, let me thank a couple people here, and then I'll pass you that microphone. We had quite a couple people donate to the stream while we were talking to that last guest. Quite a couple people. Caroline, this came in literally 2 seconds ago. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is fucking so kind of you. Let's get 500 Caroline W's. Thank you so much. Please do show some love to Caroline in that chat. That is ridiculously kind. Caroline with a $50 says, I'm so sorry, Dean, that you actually even speak to creeps like that guy. Please use this for takeout as you've already cooked today. Love and support as always. Well, thank you so much for the $50 for some takeout, Caroline. Let's get 500 Caroline W's. Same thing too, Via. Thank you for the $25 who says, man, that guy was so disgusting. I'm so sorry for some people in this world. Hope you're doing all right. So fucking disgusting, Via. Thank you for the $25. I really appreciate you. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Laura with the $2. Christina, thank you for the $5. And then Nicole with the $15 who says for yelling at the rape apologist. Thank you. Well, thank you for the $15. We definitely did yell at that guy. I'm so surprised that we don't have a restriction on TikTok for harassment and bullying. How did I get away with that? Ian, thank you for the $20 who says that last guy was fucking sick and it breaks my heart that two kids have him as a father. Really? Was he a dad? I appreciate you for the $20, Ian. I had no clue that guy was a dad. Let's get 200 Ian W's down below in that chat. TL and Wes, do you guys support Trump?
I do. Yes, I do.
How old are you both, starting with TL?
I just turned 18.
What's your birthday?
My birthday is 2006. It is April 11th, 2006.
Wes, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birthday?
April 3rd, 2008.
Okay. All right. Give me one moment here. Got a couple more people to thank. Jackie and Shannon, appreciate you both for the $5. Jenny with the $10 says, thank you for defending us when no one else will. Don't apologize ever. Thank you, Dean. Well, thank you for the $10, Jenny. And, hey, man, for all the victims out there, I'm so fucking sorry that you had to listen to that last conversation, man. I can't imagine how triggering that must have been. Troy with the $7 says, most valid crash out I've ever seen. I try not to. Doug, thank you for the $20. Says, another quote-unquote, what the actual fuck payment, because what the fuck. Appreciate you for the $20, Doug. That was really fucked up. Joanna, I appreciate you for the $10. Brenda, thank you for the $10 as well. Ruth, thank you for the $10 who says, thank you for standing up to assholes like this guy. Peter, thank you so much for the $45 donation on Venmo, who says, I mean this from the bottom of my heart with every ounce of my being. 70th grade, what a sick, deplorable, awful coward, and the exact reason why powerful men continue to get away with sexually abusing women. Also, Deadpool hates Trump. Fuck you. Well, I'm sure that he's still listening, so I'm sure that he heard that, Peter. Thank you for the $45 donation. Show some massive, massive love to Peter in that chat. Same thing to Bridget with the $30 who says, mic drop, thank you for bringing awareness to this. I try my best, but honestly, I was so mad at that last guest that I kind of lost the ability to communicate my intentions effectively and clearly there at the end. Thank you for the $30, Bridget. Same thing to Darcy. Thank you for the $50 who says, holy shit, fuck this guy, and scary that he's married and a father. Run, wife and kids, run. Oh my goodness, I couldn't agree more, Darcy. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Darcy W's. And then Jessica, thank you for the $10 calling that last conversation exhausting. So true. JC with the $10. Thank you so much. Jewel with the $10 who says, dude, just saying the freaking quiet part out loud. Thank you if you're somehow involved in an entertainment industry that you had it coming regardless. If you think that if you're involved in an entertainment industry, you had it coming. Yeah, that was so fucking disgusting. And then Earl, I appreciate you for the $25 who says donation for kicking the SA Predator. We got him out of here. Appreciate you for the $25. Okay, thank you for the $20 who says this current guest is sick. 30 minutes ago, I do appreciate you for the $20. He was very sick. Yasinna with the $15 says thank you. Well, I appreciate you for the $15 as well as just for being here. Garrett with the $10 calling that last guest disgusting. Nikki and Cameron with the $5 each calling that last guest disgusting. Taylor and JC with the $5 calling that last guest disgusting. And there are so many more people to thank. I don't even know. You guys have been so fucking kind. We're going to go ahead and pass the mic to guests to start the debate. But here in a little bit, I'm just going to weave the thank yous into the conversation. Like, genuinely, you guys were so incredibly kind to me during that last debate. Why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump? And Madeline, thank you so much for the Lily the Leopard.
Okay, so I want to start off with saying I'm not really one to, argue, and, I'm really not going to try to make you mad. So I just want to have, a genuine debate without, pissing you off because you seem really upset. I'm going to be honest.
Don't worry. I support. You probably won't make me super upset. Also, for everybody watching, the guy that said that he was born in 2006 was kicked a while ago. This was the second guy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so sorry, I'm like, okay. I support Trump mainly because of the fact that he's like America first. Like he's okay, I'm gonna be honest, yeah, I've heard multiple times all the videos you played about like him being a sexual predator and all that. But he does a lot of good stuff with like tax cuts and like making things more affordable. Yes, I know a lot of stuff has went up in prices since like I don't even know now, but I just feel like he does like a lot of good stuff besides all the bad that he does.
Like tax cuts?
Yeah, like
so the Center Budget and Policy Priorities tells us that he's actually effectively increasing the taxes for the average American.
Okay, can you please go further into that?
Yeah, they tell us that people that make at or under $51,000 per year are hurt more by the cuts in the Big Beautiful Bill than they are helped directly by the tax cuts to their income brackets, alongside the fact that it takes healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans at minimum and food stamps away from 3.
Okay, so I have actually noticed that, at least the way my parents have told me and grandparents, it's a lot of like the richer get richer, like the richer stay richer and the poor get poorer. And I see that, but I'm also kind of confused. Why is it that mainly all the older people are the ones that get more benefits and things like that from Trump?
I'm confused on the nature of the question that you're asking me. Why is it that older people get benefits in general, or why older people get benefits from Trump? I don't. Oh,
like
because like older people can't work, and we don't want them to just die.
Like with the Medicare and like, you know, like that some people like fetuses, they can't do anything. Some older people can't do things for themselves, and they need money and things like benefits like that to help take care of themselves.
I don't know where fetuses came from, but old people for sure.
Okay, that was a bit odd. Okay, but what about all these? You know, I've noticed a lot of people, as me myself, a lot of people that like live in campers because they don't necessarily have the money to provide.
Do you live in a mobile home?
Yes, I do, and it's mainly because my parent.
You're like among the people that are hurt the most by Trump.
Right, and it's like my dad. He got hurt really bad, and he like can't go to work, and there's nothing that has helped. Like, and you know, like with Trump
so
being
he's on disability.
Mhm.
So you live in a mobile
Long-term.
home and your dad's on disability, and you support
Yes.
Trump as president. What is
Yes.
one way that Donald Trump has helped your family?
One thing is the food stamps.
No, he took food stamps away from 3 million people under the Big Beautiful Bill. He has only made it harder to get food stamps, as well as he has defunded food stamps as a whole by $156 billion. The left made food stamps, and the right spends their time trying to take those food stamps away from people who need them, like your family.
Okay, so then I'm gonna take it as Trump does not help.
Yeah, and listen, man, there are a lot of people just like you and your family that don't have too much money and live in areas where there isn't too much money. And life isn't exactly the best, but for whatever reason, they're really right-leaning, meaning that they continually vote for representatives, both on the local level and the national level, that act out of their best interests and honestly keep you poor, if you want me to be honest. You know, I live by a lot of areas like that. You know, I'm in Colorado. A couple good examples are like the surrounding regions around Montrose, Colorado. Not too much money down there, quite poor. But they lean really far to the right, even though they are reliant on the social systems created by the Democrats that the right, including people like Trump, want to take away from you.
Okay. I'm seeing a lot of people saying that I'm uneducated and want to be educated. I'm gonna put that out first. Yes, that is true. I was kind of wondering if you can just like kind of give me like an example on like money that he's taken away from people that need it.
I already have. I'll give you a couple more examples, and I'm going to move on to the next guest because I think you just benefit more from watching the stream. Okay? He defunded food stamps by $156 billion, meaning that he cut $156 billion worth of funding for food, okay, for families like you, that you belong to. He defunded Medicaid by $1 trillion and took it away from 10 million low-income Americans. He let an ACA subsidy expire, basically defunding healthcare by another couple $1 billion. That has now increased the premiums upwards of 300% on 45 billion Americans. I mean, the less money you have, the more that you've been hurt by the Trump administration, according to every institution of economic research. Also, Audrey, take a look at your phone screen. We accepted you into the live. You just have to join.
Oh, okay. I was actually going to ask if we could go on a different topic.
Well, Wes, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move on. I think that you're going to take a lot more away by just watching the stream, my friend.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, Wes. You know, there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people just like Wes that I know personally because, you know, I happen to live in a town where the average income is $31,000 per year, and that's household income. No, is that personal or household? Actually, yeah, I think that's household. Where I live, the average household income is $31,000 per year. So I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people like Wes. I know a lot of families like Wes's families. There are people that live in rural areas across America who don't have much at all that just love the right and love Trump. And I hate to see it. Audrey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Aubrey, you are connected to the live stream. Aubrey is tired. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
Hi, I don't support either side. I wanted to get your opinion on why you support Democratic.
So I support progressives because they make our country better. But Aubrey, we are just looking for people that do at the minimum support the right. But I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only drop inside of the queue if you happen to be... Oh, fuck. I wish I would have saw that text before I kicked Santana. We got Happy Healer loading up inside of the live right now. Rana Lee, this came in 40 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Rana Lee, for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rana Lee. That is Ronalee. Thank you so very much. Rana Lee with a $50 says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. I've been watching for a while now, and you've definitely helped me out a lot with being able to debate MAGA on my own time. You keep me informed, so I thank you for that. Well, thank you, Rana Lee, for the $50. I really do appreciate you very, very much so. That is a bunch of money, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Let's get 500 Ronald Lee W's down below. Same thing to you, Ashley. Thank you for the $20. And Bo, thank you for the $10. Happy 29th birthday, Bo. Welcome in, Happy Healer USA. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. I support Trump because change is needed.
Okay. Well, it's good to have you here, man. Are you patient?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Happy Healer. Before I pass you that mic, I'm going to thank a couple more people, and you're not going to leave, right?
All right.
Okay. Emily, thank you for the $15. Who says, thank you for being who you are. You're a total badass. And I hope that you have both sides of the pillow of your pillow are cold. I appreciate you for the $15, Emily. And then Sean, thank you for the $26. Who says, first time donating. Dean, you were very, very amazing. I appreciate you, Sean. Let's get 200 W's for Sean. Timothy with the $20 says, no days off.
Right.
You know it, bro.
I was born in... There's a double talk. A little bit. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah.
We got a weird glitch. Can you drop a comment in that comment section? I'm gonna have to find your account in the comment section to invite you back. Say something in that comment section. Happy Healer?
Yep.
Say something in the comment section so I can find your account.
Let's go, man.
Okay, say something in the comment section. Like, post a comment in the comment section. Because what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to remove you from the stream and invite you back. But the best way to find you is through your profile in the comment section. Did you comment?
All right.
Okay, let me know when you've dropped a comment. Have you? Sir? My friend?
Yep.
Have you commented?
Yeah, I did.
How long ago?
I'm going to do it again.
Okay, and then right when you hit send, tell me.
All right, I just hit send.
You just hit send. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick you. I'm going to try to find your comment. We're going to invite you back. Apparently, Santana has a way of inviting you back. So just look for an invite in the middle of your phone screen, okay? All right. I'm just going to trust Santana because I couldn't find his comment. Santana, if you want to invite him back, feel free. I can't find his comment. Try to rejoin that queue, by the way. I just think that we have way too many people in here for you to rejoin the queue. It's probably full. I guess we'll see if Santana has a way of inviting him back. Santana said he did, so let's see. Oh, I really wanted to talk to that guy. Where'd he go? All right, looks like we may just be moving on. I didn't see a comment from him. Well, I guess if I see you in the queue, I'll have you back up, man. Let's go to get the next guest, Tyler Matthews loaded in. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello, Tyler Matthews.
Don't put bananas in my ass. Don't put bananas in my ass. No, don't put.
Okay. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Right now. Only do opposite side of that comment. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Oh, I found him. I invited you to join. Happy Healer. We found you.
All right.
There we go. Sorry, we fixed the glitch. Okay, a couple more people to thank. Then the mic and the floor are yours now that we have the technical difficulties out of the way. Laura, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you. I hope that you're still here. Thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get 250 Laura W's. And then Dice with the $20 says, I watch every day, first time donating. Found today that my dad is showing signs of passing after suffering for a few years with Alzheimer's. I just want to thank you for helping me get my mind off of things. I'm so sorry to hear that, Dice. My grandma, well, I guess one of my two grandmas passed away not too long ago. It was a very sad thing. And losing a family member is so very hard. So I wish you and your family the very best of luck. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $50. Elizabeth, who says, Jesus, collar's lost in the sauce too. He basically said women and girls being victimized is okay as long as economics are good. That's meme material right there. Yeah, Elizabeth, you were talking about the last guy who we just had up for a moment. He was also pretty crazy. And then CIR, CIR, thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. What the fuck, CIR? That is very, very kind of you. I'm very grateful for you. Please do show some massive, massive love to CIR down below. Thank you so very much. That is so much money. I'm very, very grateful for you. As well as Elliot, thank you for the 10 Kira. Thank you for the 10 Shinny, thank you so much for the $20. And then Parasite with the 20 euros says that last guy was a hazard. Oh, yeah, he was. Sun and Charlie, I appreciate you both for the $10. Dameen, thank you for the $10. And Emily with the $20, who says, hearing this person refer to women as females and justify sexual violence because it's Hollywood is disgusting. Yeah, he was so fucking disgusting. Snow, thank you for the $20, calling that piece of shit man who we had on gross. I couldn't agree more. Then Katie with the $20, also calling that last piece of shit gross. I couldn't agree with you more. And Elizabeth with the $50. Thank you so much. Elizabeth explained that adults can also be sexually exploited. I couldn't agree with you more. It's so fucking crazy that the last guy was denying that. And Elizabeth attached another $50 donation she's explaining that Trump was abusing his power when he walked into those dressing rooms, quote unquote, just because people in the entertainment industry do this doesn't mean that we have to accept it or condone it. Yeah, he was straight up arguing that because it happens a lot, it therefore should happen a lot. And it doesn't make a man a predator when they do it. Terminalis, thank you for the $20. And happy late birthday. You said that your birthday was yesterday. And Squirrely, thank you for the $10. Dekayla, thank you for the $20, who says, these lives make me laugh because they reach for everything to get a shit point across. Yeah, it's funny until it's not, like with that last guess. It's really funny until it's not. And then Log, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Thank you, Log. Let's get 200 Log W's. You guys have been legitimately so fucking kind. When we had that piece of shit up, y'all sent in so much love. I'm still trying to catch up on it. Just know that I'm so sorry if I miss anybody's donation. We're going to go to pass the mic to this guest to start their argument, but I'm just so fucking grateful for y'all. Take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
All right, man. I'm grateful for you too. You're awesome. I support Trump because change really is needed in this country, and it's been needed.
Okay.
And we'll just start there.
But my question is, like, we would only agree with change if it was good change, right? Like, if it was bad change, we wouldn't agree with it. So can you give an argument that the things that Donald Trump has changed have been good?
Okay, actually I can. He's given a voice to people who felt ignored, challenged institutions that, have really become disconnected from people. At least that's the way a lot of people, like the guests that get on here often, But let me just say also that he pushes for sovereignty, domestic strength, and accountability in his own ways. He's always saying the truth that comes out of his mouth, and you repeat it often. And very interesting things, and it even moves you a lot, I noticed. I don't support everything he does, no. But I do support some disruption. And I think that disruption has been good. I think you're shining through it, in fact, because the old way was leaving too many people behind. And so I do support what's going on, and I support Trump in that way. And I voted for him once.
Okay. You know, I'm often faced with a dilemma that I'm facing with you right now. Would you like to know what that dilemma is?
I'd be very interested to hear.
It's what I call the magic 8-ball dilemma. Have you ever, I don't know, seen a magic 8-ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you like ask it a question and then it gives a super vague response. And then you try to make
Fair
sense
enough.
of that vague response. Well, often we'll have people on this live stream and I ask them a question. I say, why do you support Trump? And then they give me a super vague response. And then I have to try to make sense of that super vague response. And I'm not going to lie, I don't think I can make sense of your last vague response. So I'm going to make the question more specific. Maybe that will help us out.
Okay. Sure.
Specifically, could you point us towards a handful of things that Donald Trump has done that make you support him as president?
Well, I think it's a little deeper than that, Dean, honestly. I think I'm not here to deny facts or defend the indefensible. I've been listening to you for this last whole since you've came on, and there's a lot of things you've said during that time that I could speak on, because it is indefensible, some of these things, but I think there are also deeper reasons, and
Vague?
you know, and I think it's good to face it honestly. Yeah, I
Vague.
think, well,
Vague,
you're saying it's
vague,
vague.
vague.
You're saying it's vague, but you know, if it's vague, it's also touching on something a little bit deeper that does also interest you and draw you in. So there's not
Vague.
nothing there. That's
So
right.
vague, I think that you
So my
might be
question
trolling
is,
me.
where do we go from there? No, I'm not
Also
trolling you, I promise you that.
vague. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to go about this in another way. Why do you support? I think this is the last failsafe I have in place to get a non-vague answer from you. This is called the whiteboard. Okay? And we're using the whiteboard
I would
on
ask you
you.
though, like, why are you so mad
I'm
about
not-
Trump going into the locker room? Like, does that really cause rage in you?
Yes. Good question.
Explain.
Yes, I do get mad. Okay? When men take advantage and violate women and girls. And then I get even more angry when those men that took advantage of and violate women and girls boast about it proudly and call it funny. And the
That is
reason
true,
why I
that's
get angry
indefensible.
is because it's a really, really, really bad thing. And really, really, really bad things do typically inspire sentiments of anger and resentment in good people.
That's right. But it goes more than that, because we also believe, right, if somebody identifies as a transsexual, they're technically a man.
So
and they walk into a
transsexual
women's-
is an outdated term that we used when we didn't really understand what it means to be trans. Right word would be transgender, if an individual is transgender.
Yeah. I mean, I identify as a male, and I don't know, that's always been kind of something difficult to even comprehend, because I'm also somebody who had a boyfriend, a girlfriend, and so I understand like the deeper challenges in that and why anybody would take a particular position politically.
Oh, okay. Back
and
to
the
whiteboard.
guilt-
Back to whiteboard. Okay. The question is, why do you support Trump? I want you to be as clear and specific as possible, and I also want you to use as few of words as possible. Let me
because it brings people like you out.
Brings Dean out. When you say it brings Dean out, what do you mean?
I mean that before the situation gives you that opportunity for the light in you to rise, for God to back your work, for you to become popular, for you to have a voice, for you to make sense, for you to actually make great arguments for people who have been honestly,
Sure. Right, I understand.
left down.
Okay.
So
I understand
think,
the argument.
you know,
Listen,
that
bro,
works.
this is
Have
what
no
we
complaints.
call a silver lining. Okay, bad things causing good outcomes. Okay, or what we call silver linings. And those good outcomes or silver linings don't justify the bad thing. I could give you many examples of this. There are many, many cases of women getting brutally raped by men and then writing a book about their experiences and selling that book to millions of people and raising awareness about rape culture in America to help victims better understand what happened to them and to prevent it from happening more again in the future by pointing out the red flags. Okay? And that's a good thing, right? Helping people better understand what happened to them and to prevent it from happening as much in the future by helping individuals understand the red flags of it occurring. You know, like, why do you think women are careful about their drinks when they go to bars? Well, it's because women that weren't careful about their drinks because they didn't know they had to be careful about their drinks were drugged and raped. But because some women were drugged and raped, that then made women be more careful about their drinks, and which led to a certain level of reduction of date rapes at bars, right? But the point is, even though that advocacy born out of it happening led to a reduction of date rape at bars, doesn't mean that it happening in the first place was a good thing. So advocacy against the Trump administration being born out of the failures of the Trump administration does not justify supporting Trump as president.
Yeah, that's right. I'd also say what's important about that is not only do they get smarter from like watching their drinks, but that they enjoy the play, that they don't feel like they're victims through it. Because honestly, there's nothing wrong in it. Like, you just walk through with an attitude that you can't really be a victim in those situations, even though things happen.
All right, Brad, try to give that guy an opportunity. I'm kicking that guy too. I'm just not doing it, guys. I'm just not doing it. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're just not going to do it, bro. We're just not going to do it, dude. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. We'll get JCB author loading up. Just not doing it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing it. Gianni, I appreciate you for the $22. Who says, hey, Dean, I'm Gianni. I sent you galaxies. Can you please talk to my mom? She's MAGA. I think it'd be interesting if you talk to her. Yes, Gianni, are you in the queue? If you're able to find your way into the queue, Gianni, I'd love to debate. Yeah, thank you for the $22. Same thing to you, Stacy. Thank you for the $50. Who says, why do they all forget that women and girls are in the dressing rooms? And it's Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. Stacy sent that earlier when I was talking to that maniac about Trump sexually exploiting women and girls and how that maniac just kept on refocusing specifically on the women. First and foremost, Stacy, I really appreciate you for the $50. Second of all, they always leave the girls out of the conversation. Let's get 500 Stacy W's. Elizabeth, thank you for the $10. Tyler, thank you for the $1. Lisa, thank you for the $10 as well. Aisha, thank you for the $2. And Alex, thank you for the $20, who says, Mean Dean debating machine, keep crashing out on these rapists and you shall see green. Alex, I appreciate you for the $20 for crashing out on the rapist. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Sarah, thank you so much for the $12, who says, Dean, this guy's fucking crazy. Sarah sent that in when we were talking to the fucking crazy maniac from a while back. Aisha, I appreciate you for another $5. And Robert, thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, I found your channel a couple days ago and you've really helped me learn a lot. I'm so happy that we could help you learn. Kai, thank you so much for the $24, saying something so graphic I cannot read it out loud. But this was a very graphic message about that crazy idiot who was up here defending perverse sexual exploitation of women. Appreciate you for the $24. Same thing to you, Molly, with the $20. Molly sent this in as soon as we kicked that crazy idiot, who says, I'm going to mom you here for a minute. Please take care of yourself and your mental health. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Molly. I do try my best to take care of my mental health. Yeah, it's definitely been under attack, this stream. I'm literally still catching up on the donations, though, from when we were talking to that crazy maniac a while back. So I thought I'd say just again, genuinely, you guys, I don't fucking know what is going on, and I'm just beyond grateful for your love. I'm so very grateful. JC and Christian, what's up? Do you guys support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, who said yes? Is that JC?
Yeah, JC.
Okay, what about you, Christian?
Yeah, I do, and, you got,
All right, man. I'm going to thank 3 people, and then the mic of the floor will be yours, okay?
Go ahead.
Huge, massive fucking shout out to Ashley, Sophia, and Ann. Ashley, Sophia, and Ann each sent $50. All 3 of you guys. I'm so very grateful for you both. Please show some love to Ashley, Sophia, and Ann down below. And Ashley with 50 says, Dean, my ex was exactly like that man, referring to the crazy man who we spoke with earlier, and he harmed me a lot. That man talked exactly the same way as my ex. He's definitely dangerous. Thank you for continuing to call them out and speak against these awful people. I'm so sorry that you ever had to date anybody that resembled that man in the slightest, and I really do hope that you're safe now. Thank you for the $50. Sophia says, next time ask him if his daughter was in a dressing room, how would he feel about that? I did ask him that question, and he said it would be wrong if it wasn't Trump. That's how he would feel about that, Sophia. California. Then Anne with the $50 says, thank you so much for standing up for women. I'm 70 years old, and this is just a continuation of what all women have put up with over the years. And I appreciate you for the $50. I hate hearing that, man. I appreciate you so much for the love, man. Go ahead, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
The reason I support him, I don't know if you've heard this before. It's a little weird, but he is who he is. Does that make sense?
Like, why am I just getting like nut jobs on the stream today? Actually, that was a little bit too mean. I'm not going to call you a nut job yet, but I'll just answer your question. You asked me if that makes sense. No, it does not make sense.
Okay. Can I elaborate then, please?
Yes.
Okay. When I see Trump on the stage acting as the president, like 80% of what we see on that stage, I think, is what's going on back doors. So I'm not defending the man personally. I agree with a lot of things you said. He's a dick. He's a narcissist. There's times I want to smack him upside the head like, bro, shut up. But I support him because, at least in my opinion, I feel he is being honest to how he actually feels for the most part. No one can honestly say any politician out there is 100% honest. No one is.
So you think that Trump is honest to how he feels? That's false. He's actually told more lies than literally any other president in recorded U.S. history. In his first term, he told 30,000 combined lies, and he told the largest lie out of any sitting president with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. He's never honest about how he feels. Literally fucking never. And that's been perpetually proven since he walked into politics in the late early 2000s.
But he is who he is. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's an honest liar. He admits he lies. He admits he does dumb things.
Okay, listen.
How many politicians are honestly honest about a lot of their things?
Admitting that you lied about something would mean holding yourself accountable. So in order for your argument to be true, this means that Donald Trump holds himself accountable. Can you please point me towards an instance of Donald Trump holding himself accountable?
That's a fair point. I can say the same question to any politician out there.
No, you couldn't.
I don't think anyone really holds themselves accountable.
Okay, well, we don't
Kamala
see
Harris has never held herself accountable for hiding evidence against people that she convicted. She never came accountable for it.
The claim's not true.
It is true.
No,
it's documented.
What you're referring to would be a case that she prosecuted of a man on death row. And then 20 years later, that man tried to appeal that case because of new DNA evidence. But Kamala Harris, as the prosecutor, was so certain in her conviction that she petitioned the court to not even hear out the new DNA evidence and just to reject it because it'd be wasting the time of the court. Ultimately, she lost that petition, and they did hear out the new DNA evidence. And in fact, it just proved his guilt again. So she ended up being right. That was just a waste of the court's resources.
Whether it's a waste of the court's resources or not, everyone has a right to appeal and ask for a retrial.
And she had a right to petition the court not to hear this new DNA evidence.
Which is weird. If you're so sure, it's like, fine, go up. Go nuts.
Well, it's not weird at all. Okay? Prosecutors have that right because new evidence can only be submitted in the cases that are closed under very specific guidelines for very specific reasons. And she had the legal right to make the argument that those reasons and guidelines were not sufficiently met. And she ended up being right. Well, I mean, I don't see that she did anything wrong. Prosecutors do that all the time. I mean, it's kind of like the goal and the job of the prosecutor to be confident in their convictions. Like literally
That's
their
true.
Convictions.
But still, the point remains. Like,
How about this? What's one good thing that Donald Trump has done in his second administration that that you makes him a good president? What's your favorite Trump policy?
I'm not into policies.
What's one accomplishment of his second administration?
Again, I don't support policies. I support the man himself.
Oh, really? Really? You support the man that was found guilty of 34 felonies. The man that was found guilty of raping a woman. The man that boasted about how funny it was when he sexually exploited naked women and
rape
girls.
Are two different things.
Oh, they are. They are, but he raped her. He raped her, and I'll tell you why. Do you agree that a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers is rape?
Is it on his thing that he is convicted of rape or sexual assault?
Quite frankly, please answer my question. Do you agree that a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers is rape?
Yes.
Okay, that's what they found him guilty of. They just legally had to call it something else.
No, if it was rape, they would have labeled it as rape.
No, because the courts had a weird definition of rape. Their weird definition of rape that both you and me disagree with was just the penetration of the vagina with a penis. But, you know, he penetrated her vagina with his fingers. So, I mean, he still raped her, but they just had to legally classify it as something else because sometimes the laws get it wrong.
I do agree. Sometimes the laws do get it wrong, and I don't like the wording for a lot of that stuff. So that I will agree with you on.
Okay, so you agree that he was found guilty of rape. Perfect.
Sexual assault and rape are two different things.
I know, but you agreed that he raped her.
He didn't.
Yeah, because you agreed that a man forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers is rape. That's the action the jury held him liable for. They just had to call it something else because the law classified it as something else. But the law's classification of it as something else is not reflective of what it truly was. And we've agreed that the law's classification of it as something else is not reflective of what it truly was, since we can agree that a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers is truly rape.
But that's only one side.
What?
It's one side of the story.
No, that's just what happened. Like, we're talking about the objective facts of the outcome of that court case. It is objectively true that that jury determined that he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers. Therefore, we believe, you and me, we believe that that ruling is reflective of the jury determining that he raped her, since we classify that action as one of rape.
You got me. I'll admit, you got me there. So yeah, I would have to agree with you.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that you just make my case really easy, because you're telling us that you don't support him because of his policies, you support him because of the man he is. Well, that's like the worst thing about him. The man he is the rapist. The man he is the sexual exploiter. The man he is the felon. The man he is the one that walked into politics because he wanted to be racist against Obama, arguing that he was born in Africa. The man he is the one who threatened to invade our allies. The man he is the one who called for the execution of Democrats in Congress. The man he is the one who threatened to genocide 90 million people in Iran. The man he is the one that claimed to be a Christian, then on Easter attacked the Pope and praised Allah, then depicted himself as Jesus Christ. So if you support him because of the man he is, it makes me really question who you are. The man that you are.
I will say this. A lot of the stuff that you're mentioning, I'm not going to mention the Iran stuff, and, you know, Christianity and Catholicism are completely two different things. You could be a Christian and attack the Catholic religion. They're two completely different religions.
But I don't think that you could be a Christian, attack the Pope, praise Allah, and then claim to be God. Like, I think if you do all three of those things, there's an issue there. Like, you're not a Christian.
But let's go back to some of the other things he did, like the sexual rape stuff. That was a long time ago. So, now, I'm not saying just because a long time ago was good. Nope, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, okay? I want to make that clear. If it happened 20 years ago, it happened 20 years ago, it's still bad. But do you think he could have changed from 2005 to 2026?
Considering
Is
the
that
fact,
a possibility?
Considering the fact, like in 2025, he was calling for her to be thrown in jail? No.
No, the act itself. Do you think he could have not be that way with those acts anymore?
Yeah, my answer is no. Because in 2025, he called for her to be thrown in jail. Like, I already don't know.
He didn't do anything.
I'm already, like, not convinced that a rapist can change. Because I kind of think that in order to rape somebody, you have to lack foundational moral virtues of caring about other people. And I'm not sure that you could, like, just change and then gain those foundational moral virtues.
I agree with that. But where I'm going with this is...
Okay, well then you accept that he can't change in virtue of that fact alone. Okay, like I was even kind of given an argument beyond just that. Like my argument isn't just like I'm not convinced that rapists can change, but also, well, I mean, let's just assume that rapists could change. Okay, well, if a rapist truly were to change, they would end up like hating themselves and like, I don't know, maybe committing suicide in many circumstances. I would assume. Like it would be really bad. Like my point is, if a rapist really did change, they would really hate their life and they would just like worship the ground that their victim would walk on. But he called for her to be thrown in jail in 2025, which is very clearly not hating their life and worshiping the ground their victim walked on. So clearly, even if rapists could change, he didn't.
Can I get to the point where I was going with that?
Yeah, sure.
Is Joe Biden still a racist? Or do you think he changed out of that?
Okay, well,
I know it's weird that I brought up Joe Biden, but
you're asking me about Joe Biden being racist and Donald Trump being a rapist.
People can change over time.
Okay.
People can change over time.
Well, I don't think that you can make such a black and white judgment about all actions. I think that you can change certain and particular attributes of your character, but the propensity to change those attributes is heavily dependent on to what extent you exemplified that characteristic and what that characteristic even was. Okay, so like I don't think that we could just say it's super black and white here. If you rape a woman and you say the N-word, you are just as likely to change from being a rapist as you are to change from not using the N-word anymore. It reduces down to like the individualistic attribute that we'd have to evaluate like within its own respect in consideration of the intention, the underlying foundational belief structure, the action, the harm caused, and like a billion other things.
Okay, I see your point. You make very good points. You may have changed my mind on a lot of things.
Okay. Hey, Parker.
What's up?
Oh, Parker, you're laggy.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I have Wi-Fi on.
You know, Parker, I'm having a bad day, dude. I'm having a bad day.
Why has your day been so bad, bro?
Freaking weirdos. You should have seen the people he's dealing with. That's why.
This guy, by the way, Parker.
Would that include yourself, sir?
This guy is arguing that he supports Trump because of the person and the man he is. And even this guy who's saying that he supports Trump because of the person he is calling my other guests fucking weirdos.
Yeah, the person he is today is not the same as he
was in
2005.
I really want that to go to show you, Parker. I really want that to go to show you, Parker, just how insane our guests have been.
I'm not that insane.
Yeah, I bet recently it's been pretty crazy for me too. So
arguments.
Yeah,
Trump
hey, listen.
in 2005 is not the same in Trump in 2026.
Listen,
wait, JCB, why do you think you are? Wait,
I'm gonna thank a couple people here, and then I'm gonna pass the mic to you, Parker, to talk to this guy because I just kind of think that my brain needs a break, low key. Samaya, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. You says thank you. Well, thank you for that love and support, Samaya. Let's get 200 Samaya W's. Isabel, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. And then Gail, thank you for the $34, who says, hey, Dean, all that I could say is thank you. I've been watching you for a while now, and I respect the hell out of you. From Gail, well, thank you, Gail. Let's get 300 Gail W's. That is very, very kind of you. Same thing to you, Julie, with the $10, who says, guess like that last one made me terrified to be a woman, referring to that psycho guy we had earlier. Yeah, bro. Rocco, I appreciate you for the $8. Deanna, thank you for the $24, who says that last guest was the absolute scum of the earth. It's disgusting that people like him exist. Once again, referring to the psycho crazy guy we had on earlier. I really do appreciate you for the $24, and I couldn't agree with you more. Gabriella, thank you for the $12, who says that last guest was so disgusting, referring to the same guy. Cheryl with the $10 says, thank you, Dean, for standing up and calling out these people of us who defend SA. I appreciate you for the $10, Cheryl. I really do. Lily, thank you for the $10 as well. Shout out to you and your grandma. Ash, thank you so much for the $14. And I'm so sorry to hear that guy's ideology impacted you, Ash. Thank you so much for the $14. Let's get 100 Ash W's. And then 2 more people to thank for now. Mr. or Mrs. I guess I don't know your pronouns. I'm not going to refer to you with any like gendered language. Link. Thank you so much for the $115 donation on PayPal. Link, you're the absolute goat, man. Thank you so much for that love and support. I'm so very grateful for you. Let's get 1,000 Link W's down below in that comment section. like I said, I don't deserve any of that. You and everybody else have just been so incredibly kind to me today, and I'm so very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much for the $115. Link with the 115 says, I've been listening to you the entire time. It must suck for you. Trolls and the only Trumpies are literally, quote unquote, probably rapists. Stay hard, brother. You are a much better man than me and most other humans. Stay you, broski. Well, I don't know about that, Link. I think that, you sound like a great guy yourself, and I do really appreciate you for the $115. Thank you so much for that love and support. Please show some love to the GOAT link down below. Courtney sent $10 saying, keep your chin up. I'm fucking trying. And then Jeremy sent $5. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Marku with the $10 says, we need our own Dean in Finland. I appreciate you for the love. I bet that there's some killers out there. Barney, thank you so much for the $10. And Heidi, thank you for the $20. She says, I appreciate you. I really appreciate you too. Thank you so much for that love and support, Heidi. We still have a couple people to thank on Vimeo, but I'm going to pass the mic back to Parker. Go ahead and take it away.
JCB, why do you think you're so different than the other Trump supporters when you're up here defending the exact same behavior?
I'm not defending the behavior. You can defend a person on some of their better qualities and not everything. You can say the same thing about why a lot of people love Disney, but if you look at Walt Disney himself, he was a horrible human being, but you have to kind of divide the good from the bad. Trump is not the best person in the world. He's not someone I would ever trust with like my wife or my kid. I'm not saying he is. But
if you wouldn't trust a man with your wife, you shouldn't trust a man with your country.
That's two different things. He stands up for the country. He speaks truth for the country.
So
not
he stands
everything
up
he says should be taken as gospel.
But he doesn't stand up for the people that constitute the country.
He does.
Well, but you just said that he doesn't stand up for women and girls because you wouldn't trust him with your wife or your daughter.
You're conflating the man from the president.
I want you to listen and respond
to what I'm saying. I don't support the man himself.
So you,
as the president,
so you trust President Trump with your wife or
president.
kids? Well, also now you're just completely contradicting what you said earlier, because what you said earlier was the opposite. You said, I'm not a policy guy. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's accomplishing, but I support the man he is. But now you're saying the opposite. You don't really support the man he is, but you support the president. Okay, so what's your favorite Trump policy? The whole presidential aspect of him.
Again, you don't need to know the policies to understand that he wants to put America first.
Well, can you name one way you can you name one way you think he's put America first?
By putting Iran back in their place.
So going to war with Iran after him claiming he's America first because he wants no new wars.
How many times has Iran threatened America and American lives?
Wait,
over the last
didn't he
50
claim
years?
that he was America first because he wanted no new wars? And now you're arguing he's America first because he wanted war.
I never said that sentence.
I was saying MAGA wanted this. That's what Trump was arguing.
I'm not MAGA.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. I mean, you're a Trump supporter. You're MAGA.
That doesn't make you MAGA.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
If you support Trump, you are MAGA. That's the way that we use the term.
If you support MAGA, you are MAGA. MAGA is an extreme group on the right, and I hate the extreme groups in everything. I hate the extreme Christians. I'm a Christian, but there's extreme Bible-thumping Christians I cannot stand.
It sounds like that's you.
You can support someone, but not be so all deep into it. When I think of MAGA, I think of those people that have 100 shirts, 100 hats, have bumper stickers. That's what I think of.
It sounds like you're just against yourself. Just because you don't have a bumper sticker, that doesn't make you that much different.
That doesn't make any sense. You can support
you're
something,
the same
but not
as
be
those
a
people with the bumper stickers.
Man.
You're the same as those people.
So since you supported Biden, are you a profound racist KKK supporter? No, you're not. And I don't believe you are. And
I don't think that's applicable to Joe Biden either. Now, I am a Democrat. You could say that.
Yeah, and I do not believe
I'm a liberal.
You are a KKK supporter. I will never say that.
Neither is Joe Biden. What's your point?
The point is, just because you support someone doesn't mean you are part of the cult that person has initiated.
Okay, well, when we say MAGA, I know that might trigger you, but when we say MAGA, that's just anyone who supports Trump.
Okay, so you're just using it as a blanket term.
Yeah, like for anyone who supports Trump.
Okay, well, I just wanted to understand because I'm not like that. I believe MAGA is a cult. They are a cult. I'm not part of that stupid shit.
I mean, you support Trump even though he's held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. You support him even though he's done all of these things, yet you claim you're so different than the others?
I condemn him for all those things. That's the difference. I'm not blind. All that
but you
stuff
still
is
support
wrong.
him in despite of it.
I'm supporting him as the president.
But like I understand, but like you don't even really know his policies, and even so, right? Like that's not something you should do. No violent sex offender should be president. Hell, I think it should be illegal for violent sex offenders to run for president of the United States. Why can't you agree with me on that?
It's the same reason I can ask you, why can a violent sex offender run for public office in California?
They shouldn't be able to anywhere in the country.
But they are. And that's a Democrat
They
policy.
are constitutionally, right, currently right now. What I'm saying is that under law, it should be everywhere, that they shouldn't be allowed to run.
Point. So because in California, if you are...
What? Wait, that's not specific to California. That's every state.
No. I'm using California as an example here. In California...
Well, I think this is a dishonest argument because it's applicable to every state.
In California, if you are charged and convicted of sexual assault against a minor, you can hold office. That is a Democrat policy.
No, that's not a Democrat policy. That's a policy that's true in every state.
That's a Democrat policy. That's a Democrat policy in the state of California.
Can you tell me when a Democrat passed that? Like what? Like I'm confused. Sounds like he's a little bit silent. We'll give him time to go look that up. Give it a second.
Okay.
Is this another Trump supporter or?
So this person's actually been with us since nearly the beginning of the live stream, and I invited them up because I could see like the top gifters of the stream. They're literally #1, and their name is literally "Please debate my mom, Dean." Please debate my mom, Dean. Welcome in.
Thank you. So my mom's actually sleeping right now, but I just really wanted to say, is there like another time that you could do this? Because I really think that you can change her. I really think
you know what,
that
bro?
you can.
You know what, bro?
Because the thing is, I'm sorry. Can I?
Yeah.
It's like, so my sister, my brother-in-law, they don't like Trump, right? And they talk about politics. And my mom, it's pretty political, right? And my mom says that if there's like concrete proof that Trump is a sex offender, that she will stop supporting him. And the thing is, it's like, my siblings haven't shown them that. And I really want you to, like, one day.
Sure.
And also, I think it'd just be interesting if you guys debated.
Yeah, bro. Check this out. I'm going to send you a follow on my second account. Clearly you put the work in to trying to get me to debate your mom. You've been here like the whole stream, and we've been live for almost 4 hours. You changed your name to Please Debate My Mom, Dean, and you were literally the top fucking gifter. Just try to get my attention to debate your mom. You put the fucking work in. So I want to make sure that work pays off. I hit you with a follow on my second account. I'm live every day for 4 hours. I usually start at around 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Roughly 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. If you want a notification when I go live, if you have Instagram, go to my Instagram account, click on the updates channel on my Instagram page, join the updates channel, make sure that you have your notifications on for it. Then you will literally get a notification on your phone when I go live, that like I left. And then tune into the live stream, hop inside of that queue, okay? And if I see you, I'll bring you up, okay? And if I don't see you, just like send a couple roses. And I'm sure that either I or the chat will see you. And then we'll get you up, okay?
Okay, I just have one question though. What do you think of Venezuela, like what Trump did, like with Maduro? You know.
I'll explain that while we're looking for the next guest. Talk soon. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it did really anything positive. He just exchanged one dictator for another. But now their new dictator, now America is stealing their natural resources. Further destabilizing the nation, reducing their enrichment of natural resources. So if they ever are liberated, they'll have less resources to sustain and defend their liberation. Liv, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Says, thank you for everything that you do. As a survivor, I can't really explain what it means to watch you fight. I wish that this world was better. Please never stop fighting, Dean. We love you. Well, Liv, thank you so much for the $25. I'm very grateful for you. Seriously, thank you so very much. And River, thank you so much for the galaxies. Yeah, man, I don't know. The people that we debate, they're just so fucking gross, dude. I struggle, man. I struggle debating a lot of these guys. I really do. I'll be honest. I really do, Liv. Thank you for the $25. As well as Suzanne. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Let's get 1,000 Suzanne W's in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Suzanne. Suzanne with a $100 says, thank you for always handling your debates with such character and standing up for what's right. I hope you know for every troll and crazy person, there's 1,000 people respecting and supporting you. Well, I appreciate you for that reminder and the very, very kind donation, Suzanne. I keep that in mind, but it is hard when the people that we're actually talking to are just crazy nut jobs all day long. Thank you so much for the $100. Show some massive love to Suzanne down below. Joseph for the $20 sent this in 52 minutes ago, and we got done talking to that psychomaniac, idiot, crazy guy earlier. Joseph for the 20 says, you're a fucking warrior. Thank you for what you do, bud. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Joseph. I really appreciate you. Jessica with the $25 says that last guy was disgusting. Yeah, honestly, we're just going to start referring to him as a crazy maniac, okay? So Jessica says, with the $25 donation, that crazy maniac was disgusting. Tina with the $40 says, thank you, Dean. Please take care of yourself because of that crazy maniac. Thank you so much for the $40, Tina. I really appreciate you, and I'm going to try my best to take care of myself. Thank you so much for the love. I know that you've been watching for a while. Just know that I really do appreciate you. Lux with a $50. Holy fucking shit. Thank you, Lux. Show some love to Lux says, there are truly no words that I could use to encapsulate my gratitude for you as a survivor of CSA and multiple grapes. You are a good man, Dean Withers. Thank you so much. Lux, first and foremost, I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. Okay? That shouldn't happen to anybody. And it's just so overwhelmingly terrible that it does. And second of all, thank you so much for your incredibly kind words. Please show some love to Lux down below. I mean, that is genuinely and sincerely beyond kind. And same thing to you, Beth. Thank you for the $75 donation. Who says, hey, Dean, I just heard the tail end of that really bad conversation with a crazy maniac. Just wanted to give a virtual hug from a woman old enough to be your grandma. Oh, I appreciate you for the $75 and the virtual hug, Beth. We love you. I know that you've been watching for a very long time now, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Kelly with the $25 47 minutes ago says, Dean, I cannot believe that this crazy maniac is married and has kids. It's disgusting and really scary. I couldn't agree with you more. That crazy maniac was a fucking crazy maniac. Thank you for the $25. Bella with the $15 says, I really appreciate all that you do. Thank you, Bella. Raquel with the $15 also says that same thing. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you, Raquel. Omar with the $10 says you should take a break because of that crazy maniac. Won't happen, but he was a crazy maniac. Jamie with the $10 says, thank you for standing up for women and being a voice of reason in a sea of ignorance. I try my best, Jamie. I'm happy to hear that it seems like you enjoy the streams. Ella, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for taking sexual violence as seriously as it should be taken. And it is so fucking disgusting, Ella, that others don't. Thank you so much for the $10, as well as Nicole, Gabriella, and Elizabeth. I appreciate y'all for the $5. Thank you so much for the love. I'm very, very grateful for y'all. You guys have been so fucking kind to me all day. We are finally caught up on all of the donations from when that crazy fucking maniac was on the live stream earlier. Please show some massive love to all the donors watching. Genuinely, I'm just so very grateful. Balls, do you support Trump? I really hope that the chat's wrong. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Everybody in the chat saying guest is a minor. Well, considering the sound that we just heard, I really hope they're not a minor. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Do only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. Here we go. African Warlord, appreciate you so much for the $50 on Super Chat, who says Trump is more of a feral goblin. Calling him a man is a bit generous. You know what? You've convinced me. I concede. So fucking true. Thank you for the love. Same thing to Kira with the $20 who says, hey, I'm back. Hopefully everything went during the last 30 minutes. Nope, the crazy maniac is gone, Kira. Welcome back and thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars. SKR. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. What's up? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
What's
can
up,
hear
Dean?
you.
What's up, Dean?
How old are you?
23,
What year were you born in?
2003.
Why are you
Nice
talking
try.
like
there.
that? Why are you talking like that?
Talking like what? No, hold on. I got you. Let me sit up.
What?
All right, so as I was saying, I support Trump for a lot of different reasons. And I'm not gonna lie, one of the best reasons I could possibly think of right now is what he's done for us in the calm. Do you understand what I mean? In the communities. Have you ever been in the calm, Dean?
I'm kicking him. I'm scared that the guy was gonna say or do something bad, so we kicked him. Only hop inside of that comment section if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We are just looking for some debates. Only hop inside of that queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Chris loading up inside of the live stream right now. Something was off there. I don't know if it was just me. Okay, you guys are spamming guest as a minor when the only guest on the stream is Parker. Let me
Yo, what is going on, bro? What is going on? Okay.
Let me happily clarify this for everybody watching. My friend Parker down here is not a child. Thank you very much. Chris, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you, Chris?
I'm 21.
I don't know, man. Should I believe you? Because the entire comment section is spamming guess who's minor. Sure, they were spamming that before you joined, but who knows? Maybe they're right.
02205.
Why do you support Trump, Chris?
Because of Executive Order 14160.
Oh, that is literally one of his worst EOs. That was a patent violation of the 14th Amendment, Mr. Chud.
Do you believe in jurisprudence?
By the way, for everybody watching the live stream, if you don't know what EO number 14160 was, that's when he attempted to take away birthright citizenship from these children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. And that was patently illegal. And by the way, the Supreme Court even ruled that it was unconstitutional. So do you agree that 14160 has officially been struck down, Chris?
It has, yeah.
Yeah.
So you support violating the Constitution?
I support jurisprudence. You're familiar with that?
But before you do, I just want to clarify. You can clarify your position after that. Do you support violating the Constitution? Because you explicitly said that this violates the Constitution.
Also,
well, that constitutes me,
also
reciting jurisprudence to you, and that is the morality of law.
When you just say that you agree, yeah, when you're just citing jurisprudence, you're just saying that you morally happen to agree with the EO, even though it was unconstitutional.
No, because simply because a law exists does not make it just or moral or functional.
We agree with that.
What about the Chinese Exclusion Act? You think that was unconstitutional?
I don't know why we're
I know who
the
this
Chinese
is.
Exclusion Act. Yeah, that other guy, he's come up on the live stream and we've just destroyed him many times.
That's the why are you so obsessed with me guy. He got his friends.
Oh, there's another. Wait. There's another one of you.
Calm down, Dean.
Why are you so obsessed with me guy. Dean,
what about you
Dean, this
crashing
guy,
out?
he unironically thinks that we're like grifting because we're undercover socialists trying to invoke a revolution.
No, I'm very familiar with him. He has like one account named Samson. Right?
I'm not sure what his names are, but I just remember his voice.
Yeah, he has like 1 billion accounts. I don't know. He's definitely unemployed. He sits in our live streams all day, every day, and he has for years. And every single time he joins the live, he just tries to do what? Tries to get people to not like us, maybe? I'd say. He's very delusional. He's a conspiracy theorist for sure. Undercover socialist trying to drive a revolution. Yes, free the proletariat. Amen. I don't know. Socialist revolution? I feel like we hear more like revolutionary like rhetoric invoked as it would concern communism. Maybe he thinks that we're communists. I don't know. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only do op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please, and thank you.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Not counting you because you're like 4 years old. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Quite frankly, only up inside of that queue if you are here for debate. I'd really appreciate that. Let's go to get the next guest connected. On Super Chat, Glampire, thank you for the $20, who says, I can't lie, it feels like there was a greater uproar about the horse meat
Dean Withers, you're
situation
faggot. Dean Withers,
e-files,
faggot.
and the cover-up of them. They take our worth, pay us dirt, and SA our kids, and then just get back to work. Yeah, Glamp, I appreciate you for the $20. It's so crazy that there wasn't a larger uproar about the Epstein files, I will say. On Venmo, David with the $5. Appreciate you. Same thing to you, Dylan. I'll make sure I do that, Dylan. Bella with a $15 says, considering the horrible guests you've had, I think that you deserve a little bit more. I appreciate you for the $15, Bella. As well as Nix, NYX, thank you for the $40 donation on Venmo. That is very kind of you. I'm very grateful for you, Nix. Show some love to Nix down below. Nix says, currently editing my biggest video ever, which is coming out to almost 2 hours long. Wow. And you've really helped me get so much progress on getting it done. You have the support of my community, the Nix stars. Really hope to one day meet you and thank you in person. Oh, well, I appreciate you, Nix. Good luck on that video. 2 hours. Holy crap. That's very long. My goodness. Band, do you support Trump?
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you support Israel?
Well, I guess it depends on if I got my $7,000 or not. If I did get my $7,000, I love Netanyahu. I love him so much. But if the check bounced, ooh, Israel sucks. No, I'm just fucking with you. No, I hate Israel. Israel's terrible.
All right. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, Dean. Love you, man.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you know what? I actually don't mind clarifying on that. You know, we all know that there are a bunch of Dean haters out there, and you know, I know for the most part, it's this really like irrational disdain for me. But recently, they've started collecting on the lie that I'm a Zionist. That's actually not true. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Sick. Alexa, thank you so much for the racing debut. Let's go to get the next guest connected.
Claiming you're a Zionist is crazy work, bro. That's actually crazy. Like that comes from people who have never watched a stream of yours in their life.
Well, I don't know. I guess we don't talk about Israel too much on the stream, so they might assume that I agree with the establishment liberal perspective. But whenever somebody brings Israel up, we do talk about it. I mean, you could find a bunch of clips of me out there, you know, defending Palestine tooth and nail.
I don't know. I feel like we talk about it pretty consistently, like multiple times a week. We're going to be mentioning it. So
Multiple
it's like if you watch the streams with at least a few times, you're gonna see us talk about it. You know. So
someone in the chat says, "Do you support Israeli citizens?" Well, I mean, I'd evaluate my support for an individual Israeli citizen the same way I'd evaluate my support for an individual American citizen. It'd be based upon their ideological beliefs, their more foundational beliefs, their actions, and I'm not just going to say that because they're an Israeli citizen, they're therefore in virtue of that fact bad. You know, like you can't really choose where you're born. If you happen to be born in the family to Israel, I'm going to give you the same premeditated judgment that I'd give to anyone else, which is none. Let's going to get the next guest connected. Here we go. We got Sarah loading up in. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
How old are you, Sarah?
I'm 26.
And what's your name? Are you Sarah?
No, I'm Sarah's boyfriend.
Okay. All right, Sarah's boyfriend. Why do you support Trump?
Because his view on abortion and immigration and computer oil these men up. I want him gay and I want him horny right now.
The guy's a freak. He's been looking for some oily gay men on his computer for a while now. You could find clips of that guy asking his computer for oily gay men on my live stream that date back at least 3 months. Welcome in, liberals suck. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I am 19.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2006, August 15th.
Okay, let me thank a couple people, then Mike, the floor will be yours. Patricia with the $10 on Venmo says you should look up what America First was used for in the 1920s and by whom. Wasn't it the KKK? Solomon, thank you for the $10. I do really appreciate you. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I should have read your message first. And then Gabriella, appreciate you for the $5. Over on Super Chat, huge shout out to Ryan for the $100 donation. My God, dude. Thank you so much for that love and support. Let's get 1,000 Ryan W's. Holy honey. Ryan with 100 says, don't fold on anti-Zionism. Dude, literally never. Okay, and outside of like the direct actions of the state of Israel, the reason why I'm anti-Zionist is because I believe in multicultural democracy and I reject the existence of ethno-states. And Zionism by nature advocates for the existence of an ethno-state. So in virtue of that fact, by nature, I am therefore anti-Zionist. And that's even outside of the direct actions of the state of Israel towards Palestinians, Lebanese individuals, Iranian individuals, you know, like control over America, serving as an imperialistic outpost in the East for America. Yeah, it's a very easy one for me. Ryan, thank you for the $100, my friend. Why don't you go to Take It Away, Liberal Suck? Tell us why you support Trump. I have a feeling that you're going to sing us a song, though.
No, I support Trump because of his abortion policies.
Oh, so you love abortions because he caused more abortions with his abortion policy. So we agree.
No, I just agree that he doesn't think abortion's good.
Okay, but you didn't say his abortion thoughts. You said his abortion policies. His abortion policy caused more abortion.
Well, he's trying to stop abortions.
Okay.
So then he's just failed.
Well, he can't help that. Like he's like on the way to try and stop them.
Yeah, but if him trying to do that leads to more people dying, then what you would say is you wouldn't support him because it would lead to more people being harmed, right?
Correct.
Okay, so given that we've seen more abortions since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, after multiple decades of declining abortions while it was legal, well, why wouldn't you say that you would just not support Trump's policy on abortion?
Because he doesn't think abortion is correct, and Kamala does.
The view in that they have a distinction on is when it should be legal, not whether they think it's right or wrong.
Okay.
Okay, and the difference between the perspective is whether it's legal prior to viability. Under Roe versus Wade, it's federally legal prior to viability.
Oh.
Without Roe versus Wade, it's left up to the states regardless at every point during the pregnancy.
So it doesn't matter like how many weeks the child is, like you can still abort it. Like it doesn't matter if it's like past like 22 weeks.
Yeah, depending on the state. And you understand that after viability, it would be an induction of labor, meaning it wouldn't lead to the death of the fetus.
Woo! Yeah. So I love abortion. Why don't you?
I don't like it because that's the killing of an innocent human being.
So you think it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings?
No, I do think they're
specifically wrong. Okay, so if you don't think it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings, then you can't say that abortion is wrong because it kills an innocent human being. Okay, because it has to necessarily follow from the previous proposition. Okay? But if you don't think it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings, then it doesn't necessarily follow from the previous proposition. So that doesn't explain the all-encompassing reason why you would argue it is indeed wrong for a woman to get an abortion.
I just think like after like a certain point in the pregnancy, it should be wrong. Like after like 6 weeks, 6 weeks to 7, no pun intended, at all. But I think it's wrong because that's when the fetus slash child has brainwaves probability.
What?
Like it has brainwaves.
It has brainwaves. Okay, so you think that the existence of brainwaves would make a life valuable? Why?
Because that helps the child like move, it has mobility, all that stuff.
Mobility? So, like, are you saying like freely move in accordance with will? If so, then, well, they don't have that ability for quite a long time. They just have like basic like delta brainwaves that like allow them to like self-sustain an underdeveloped nervous system that can't even deploy consciousness yet.
Well,
Like the nervous system of a fetus at 8 weeks is like multitudes less complex than say like the nervous system of even like a pig. Like multitudes. We're talking multitudes.
well, I just think that like
So why does this arbitrary thing of the presence of low levels of brainwaves then make that life valuable?
brainwaves help like regulate your state of consciousness. Like
Okay, so you're saying it's consciousness that's valuable. Okay. Well, then you don't
yes,
value the
I think
fetus
any
until 20
human
through
being
24
that has
weeks.
like a conscious
Okay, well,
has
then you don't value the fetus until 20 through 24 weeks.
no after 6 weeks
It's
it
not
has
conscious at 6 weeks. The neuroscientific consensus is that consciousness emerges at 20 through 24 weeks.
Hold on, sorry, I have like a whole thing that I'm like looking up right now.
Dean, her boasts are just her calling you ugly.
Yeah, whatever.
It says around like 6 weeks after conception it has brainwave.
Yes, but brainwaves don't equal consciousness. Neurodoctors argue that thalamocortical connections are necessary prerequisites for brainwaves.
But brainwaves are like crucial indicators, like it helps and stuff.
Oh my god, you're saying that brainwave? Are you just debating me with ChatGPT?
Google?
Sounds like it. So you're saying that brainwaves are crucial indicators of consciousness. All that is saying is that brainwaves are a necessary prerequisite for consciousness, since the material of the brain is a physical precondition of the exhibition of sentience. Okay? However, this is not saying that this trait could be exhibited with any level of brain function. Okay? Doctors have determined that the sufficient level of brain function that is required for the exhibition of a trait like sentience or consciousness would be that in which is developed at 20 through 24 weeks with the thalamocortical connections to the prefrontal cortex.
Okay. When are fetuses have consciousness, do you know?
I've already clarified this for you multiple times. At 20 through 24 weeks, according to the science.
Okay. Well, that's also, I mean, I guess that's the only reason why I support Trump is because of the, his abortion policies.
Well, if you think that the fetus only becomes valuable at the point of sentience, then you agree with Roe v. Wade. Because Roe v. Wade, in fact, protected women and girls' access to elective lethal abortions until around the point of sentience.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
So you agree with us, and that means you don't support Trump, right?
True.
Yes, I agree with y'all.
Great to hear.
Thank you for changing my mind.
Okay,
'Cause
awesome.
I don't think that Trump is a good person either, and the only reason why I did was because of the abortion policy. I think Trump's actually a horrible person.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank
Will
you.
you take care, okay?
Yeah, you too, Dean. Bye.
Take care. Alrighty. Well, I'm happy that we could change your mind. Yeah, a couple of people to thank here, folks. Let's see here. Over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Adeline, for the $3. I appreciate you. I'm so happy that I've given you hope. Donnie, thank you for the $10, who says, love you, Dean, and shout out to my wife, Megan. Shout out to Megan. Kayla, thank you for the $5. And Jessica, thank you so much for the $15, who says, my daughter is a big fan of yours and is watching the live stream right now. Hello, Jessica's daughter. Hello. Thank you so much for the $15, Jessica. Jessica's daughter. Sounds like you got a good mom. Lucifer, thank you for the $6. And Jaden, thank you for the $20, who says, what do you say to pro-lifers when they bring up adoption? I don't think... Oh, you mean like, is it... They could just put the child up for adoption. Oh, yeah, I'll give you a very simple response to that. Well, they're acting as if adoption is a viable alternative to abortion, which is not true. In order for adoption to be a viable alternative to abortion, this would mean that the only reason why a woman is getting that abortion is because they don't want to be a parent. Because adoption is only an alternative to parenthood. But the thing is many women and girls will also get abortions, not just to forego parenthood, but also to forego pregnancy in of itself. Adoption is not an alternative to pregnancy. In fact, the only alternative to pregnancy before the point of viability would be an elective abortion. Gerardo, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. God damn, man. That is Gerardo. Gerardo with $100 says, hey, Dean, keep up the good work. Let's see here. I'm at Geraldo Veramx, a progressive content creator in Mexico, concerned about Trump's interventionism in Mexico via disinformation campaigns. Would be happy to discuss further. Oh, dude, I'll have to check you out. That's super cool. I'd love to connect, and I do apologize if I butchered your name. I'll have to check out your page. Appreciate you so much for the $100, my friend. Huge shout out to them down below in that comment section. Genuinely, thank you, dude. Stacy, thank you for the $24. Who says, why do all these idiots say that Trump hates abortion? Trump has obviously caused and paid for several abortions throughout his life. No, I actually agree with you. Trump doesn't give a fuck about abortion. It's just something that he's used in order to win over more support from the GOP. Danielle, thank you so much for the $10. I do appreciate you. Lisa, thank you for the $10. And thank you for the $17. I'm so happy to hear the update that they've been arrested. That's awesome, man. That's super exciting. And then with all that being said, I think that we're actually caught up for now. Folks, I'm going to be brutally honest with you guys here. I've had quite the day, and I am very, very, very tired. So for that reason, I'm going to be ending the stream. Now, Parker, he's going to be going live. He'll be live for 4 hours. So if you guys want more debates, you should all go raid him and show him some love. For everybody that stopped by today, thank you so much for showing up. For everybody that learned something new, that's the outcome that I wanted, and that justifies this stream. For everybody that supported us today, genuinely thank you so much. We saw so much fucking love today. It's like ridiculous. I'm so grateful for y'all. And before you head out, you should hit that follow button on TikTok and drop a sub on YouTube. It is totally free. As well, shout out to the gifters. Swiss Cheese, thank you for the galaxy on TikTok. I feel like I don't show y'all enough love. I'm talking about Harmony, Tracy, DB, Swiss Cheese, Night Prancer, Bill's Girl, Glory, Cher, Ro, Sasha, Ginger, Carrie Ann, Krista, Ryan, H, Isabella, Gabrielle. Thank you for the love, you guys. Parker, you gonna be going live? Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm just hopping on right now. Sorry, man. I literally just saw I was muted.
Cool, man. All right. Well, I'll send you a raid, all right?
Alrighty. Have a better rest of your night, bro.
Of course. You take care.
All
right. Hey, Tyrone. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Oh, never mind. He's just a troll. I'll make sure that I donate that $10 to an indigenous charity, Tyrone. On Venmo. Joy, thank you for the $25 who says you're amazing. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're ready to go. All right, guys. Go raid Parker. Spam Dean raid in his chat. His handle is at Parker Get a Job on TikTok and YouTube. I am beyond tired, so I'm off. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.